if I don't talk to you and you don't talk to me and I don't explain to you what's happening, how can we expect to be aligned? It's just not going to happen. And so that open mind. And by the way, this extends to like the other units that you work with. Military or work with. You can listen to what they're saying about their AO, because that's going to have an impact as well.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Let's
Makes
see.
sense.
Today
Man, I can't believe you guys are doing call-outs back.
did
How would you do it?
gym routine.
Set the vehicles in a either
Took the dogs to the
C, N, L
park.
type scenario, you know, so we'd be able to see
Did
the
another
black side of the
assessment
building,
test.
But we wouldn't set ourselves up in envelopment, and then we'd get on the radio and say,
Still fasting.
"You're surrounded." You know, our Turk would do it. Hey, you're surrounded.
Tired.
Come out.
How would that work?
Occasionally. I don't know if we ever even reached an ultimatum. I think we had a couple where there was no one home, and we eventually breached, which is a good escalation, right? I guess depending on how you look at it. But if they wouldn't come out, and now when we explosively breach this thing, we'd explosively breach it like big.
So there was some very valuable lessons in the Admiral's Aid slot.
Yeah, and again, when I first deployed to Iraq, these kind of conversations, you know, these kind of things, understanding what my boss was having to.
Do you feel? I mean, it sounds like you had a great relationship with him, but what I want to ask is, how is it? I've always expected my leadership to have more experience than myself, and so you're showing up at a slot to be the aide for the Admiral with more combat experience than the Admiral has. That's an assumption. Maybe he was a Vietnam guy. I don't know.
No, it's a correct assumption.
I mean, how?
By the way, my commanding officer, remember I said I was the only platoon in Iraq for like a month or two? When my skipper showed up, he was no combat experience. And you remember what I was saying earlier about like, I understand. You know, like I don't expect my boss, who's never been in combat before, to be able to roll in and start telling me what's what. And I understand he's going to ask me some questions about some things that he doesn't understand because he doesn't understand. And that's okay. Like, oh, sir, let me explain to you. Why don't you come on and off and you can see what this looks like? Like that kind of attitude, as opposed to, which is really easy from a judgmental perspective, to say, why the hell are you in charge? Or, hey, I'm trying to run operations down here and you're asking me a bunch of questions. Like, no, actually, come on down. Let's sit through our brief. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, I guess that's what I mean, I've had both leaders too, and I think I've always paid a lot of attention to how my leadership approaches me with certain issues, and are they open? It's really it. Or I mean, when you have a leader that comes in with a little to no experience, I mean it's once again, how are they going to project that? Are they going to project that and lean on us, or are they going to fucking hide from their inexperience and you know what I'm getting at, and present like an overinflated bullshit confidence?
Yeah, and so how do you deal with that? It's like, hey boss, that sounds like a good suggestion. Let me bring that to boys and see how we can make that work. You know, it's like, what am I supposed to say? Boss, you haven't been here as long as I have. You don't know what you're talking about? Where's that going to get me?
Yeah.
So it's like, hey boss, it sounds like a good suggestion. Let me get with the guys and let's figure out how we can implement that. Hey boss, I was talking to the guys and I just want to go over a couple things. A couple secondary and tertiary effects are going to happen if we do what it is you were saying. It's going to cause this and it's going to cause that. I'm good. We got to mitigate this one, but I just want to let you know that's what's going to happen. Ooh, I didn't know that. How do you recommend? Oh, here's what I recommend, boss. You see what I'm saying? So again, if I don't listen to him, he's not going to listen to me. If I don't put some trust in him, he's not going to trust me.
Makes sense.
ready in months. Train hands-on at Universal Technical Institute to become an HVAC technician. We even offer career search support. Apply today. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
Straw.
So how does tasking a bruiser come about?
So, yeah, I do that year at the admiral's office, and then the next billet is to be a task unit commander, and a billet opened up at SEAL Team 3, and so SEAL Team 3, here I come.
Could you explain what a task unit is to the audience?
Task unit is the old name, now it's called a troop, but it's the old name for 2 platoons combined together with a little headquarters element above it. So it's about 36 guys, but it really can be anywhere between 30 and 50 or 70. You know, it's. I think people are always surprised that the variables inside the military, like infantry company, can be 80 guys or can be 280 guys. You know, there's a big variation. But generally speaking, a task unit is 2 platoons, or a troop is 2 platoons with between 16 and 20 guys in each platoon.
And so you are tasked with leading the task unit, 2 platoons. Man, I just had so many friends / Bud's classmates that were in that. I mean, Cowie, Mark Lee, Leif Babin, Seth Stone. I think, I don't know, I'm going to mention his name, he might still be in there. Andrew Paul. But a fucking ton of them, man. I think Melendez maybe. Was Mario Melendez with you guys? But, yeah. A lot of these guys. Plus, a lot more enlisted, but I don't want to say all their names because I don't know who's in it, who's not anymore. But, and this is where, man, you guys just have all positive things to say about you. I've never heard anything negative about you from anybody that you've served with, and that is fucking incredible.
I work with some awesome guys, man, for sure.
And you guys seem really tight, and that is cool to see too.
It's great crew guys, man. Great crew guys. For sure.
I mean, it's almost like you took your task unit with you into your business school.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those guys there, you know, that are in there, but I don't know where to start with this, so I'll let you start.
Yeah, for me it was, you know, I thought that this may be, this could be getting towards the end of my operational career. There were some couple other options that may play out or not, but at this point, you know, just for me, this is just an awesome opportunity, you know, an awesome opportunity. And I love the SEAL teams, and to be a troop commander, task unit commander for me was awesome. Again, I guess I find myself struggling for words for me to be able to describe the things that I've had in my life, like being a platoon commander in Iraq when there's one platoon in Iraq. Like, this is like if you played football your whole life and you get to go to the Super Bowl, you know, or you are in a rock band and you get to play Madison Square Garden. That's what it was for me. This is the only thing I ever dreamed of doing. The only thing I wanted to do was be in the teams, and now I'm in the teams. And now I'm getting to be in charge of some team guys. And yeah, it was awesome from the word go, you know. Showed up, and I stole a lot of stuff from Colonel David Hackworth, and one of the key components that I stole from David Hackworth was he would rename the units that he would take over. So when he was in Korea, he took over Fox Company, he changed it to Fighter Company. When he was in Vietnam, he was in charge of the 439th, which was called the Hard Luck Battalion, and he changed it to the Hardcore Battalion. And he did that, even with each of his subordinate elements, he would change their name to something cool. And so when I took over, Task Unit Bravo was the original Alpha Bravo Charlie, and I took over for Task Unit Bravo, and the first thing I did was change the name to Bruiser. And totally unofficial, and I just went with it, and that's what we got. So,
Where'd you come up with Bruiser?
I began with B, and there was an old band a friend of mine had called the Bruisers, and I was like, that's too easy. So there we go,
Right on.
Bruiser, coming in hot. And I mean, let's face it, it's a pretty good theme.
It is a damn good theme.
It's a pretty good theme. And
Very,
that,
very
again,
fitting.
just something that I took from Colonel David Hackworth, and it does have. I work with all kinds of companies, you know, at Echelon Front, and there's so many companies that have told me that their sales team gave themselves this name, or their concrete team gave themselves a name. Like, this happens all the time now, and people report back that, yeah, man, it has an impact. You're not just Team Alpha or Team Bravo. You're tasking a Bruiser. Let's go.
I mean, did you know you were going to Ramadi when you took it?
No, we didn't know where we were going at first.
Anywhere? Or anywhere in Iraq?
So there was one task unit that was designated to go to Iraq, and that was Alpha. And Bruiser and Charlie, one of those task units was going to go to PACOM,
I'm tired.
meaning no war.
Need to
And so
go to bed early
my
tonight.
commanding officer and Master Chief, they brought us all back. They brought the head shed from each task unit back. And they said, hey, if you want, we can take and we can split up the task units so that whoever heads into Iraq, we can all put them in one task unit and they can all go to Iraq. And then the other guys that already have been to Iraq can go to PACOM, which is the fair ferry, right? Like when the fair ferry shows up to try and make everything fair. And I had my opinion, but I went back and asked the guys, because we were just starting our land warfare. And I said, hey, here's what they're offering. They're offering for us to split up, and guys that haven't been to Iraq can go, or we stay together and they send whoever performs the best to Iraq. And I kind of smiled. And they're all like, hell yeah, let's go. So it was, a little bit of a competition to see who goes to Iraq. And, we were very hardworking.
Sounds like it. I mean, fuck, man, so many legends. Chris Kyle, Eli Crane's in there. I mean,
Eli wasn't with us.
oh, he wasn't?
No, he
Mikey
wasn't with us.
Mansour. I mean, wow.
Yeah, bunch of and a bunch of guys whose names people don't know, who are just awesome guys. And I think so. Tony Afrati, he's might be the one guy that we were E5 Mafia Team 1, me and Tony, and I'm trying to think if I knew anyone else in there. I might have known I think I knew who the other platoon chief was, another good guy. I think, but we weren't ever at the same team, but I knew him. But other than that, I don't think I knew one single person in there.
What do you think your reputation was for them? What did they think they were walking into with you as their task unit commander?
I mean, Tony knew. He knew exactly who I was.
He got the word out.
Yeah. Tony's as hard as they come. And Tony has an outstanding reputation and had an outstanding reputation. And so, he knew me. And so that was that. And, my platoon in Baghdad had done a lot of stuff. And so we had a lot of experience at that time. At that time, it was a lot of experience. And, like I said, I was an enlisted team guy for 8 years. So at a minimum, you couldn't lie to me about what the radios could or could not do. You couldn't lie to me about like basic team guy stuff. You had to tell me what was what. You had to tell me the truth about stuff.
When did you find out you were going to Baghdad? Or not Baghdad, excuse me, Ramadi.
So I would say about halfway through the workup, they said, all right, you guys, Bruiser's going. And look, Bruiser's going back. Bruiser's going to Iraq. We're like, yeah.
Need a last-minute gift that doesn't feel last-minute? Try new 10-minute custom framing at Michaels. Simply upload your photo, choose your frame size and color, and we'll print and frame it while you shop for just $29. It's so fast, you can do it on the way to the party.
Chevy Silverado, America's #1 full-size pickup for initial quality and dependability.
So we were planning to go to Baghdad and work with the ICTF, which is the Iraqi Counter-Terror Force. I went on Advon, actually, as a matter of fact, and I went and did some ops with those guys and saw what they were doing and started the turnover with their task unit commander. And that was like kind of looked like it was gonna be an awesome deployment. Like those guys had a good force that they were working with. They had a good op tempo. They just had good stuff going on. So it looked like that's where we were going. And when I got home from that PDSS, they wanted to align all of, because the East and West Coast were both in Iraq at the same time. And yet the West Coast had Western Iraq, except for they had an element in Baghdad. And then the East Coast had Eastern Iraq, except for they had an element in Ramadi. And you can already see this doesn't make much sense, right? So as the two commanding officers were getting ready to deploy, they talked about it and were like, wait a second, why do we have our forces kind of disjointed? West Coast, you take Western Iraq, that's like Fallujah, Habaniya, Ramadi. East Coast, you take Baghdad, which includes the ICTF, and then the other stations that they had. And it makes sense, you know? Like, there's no two ways about it. And when I heard that, I wasn't on leave, but my guys were on leave, pre-deployment leave. Like, we were that ready to go to Baghdad. And my skipper called me to the office and said, hey, what do you think about going to Ramadi? And I was like, I knew exactly what was going on in Ramadi. I mean, the intel reports were very clear that Ramadi was a total war zone, total disaster, and it was the worst area in Iraq. And I said, yeah, roger that. And I tried to, inside, I was like, oh, hell yeah. Outside, I said, well, sir, you know, there's a couple more things I need, and I bargained to get a few more people. I bargained to get like some computer stuff that we needed for our, for our communication stuff. And he was like, yeah, I can get you that, I can get you that, I can get you these other people. And I said, I'm in. And that was it, going to Ramadi.
Did you know this was it, as far as kinetic deployments?
Yes. Yep. And then there was sustained fighting every day. Like, there was soldiers and Marines getting wounded and killed every day. And this isn't a big area. Ramadi's not a big city. It's small. IEDs were totally out of control.
So you had a pretty good idea what you were walking into.
100%. Yeah. Well, not 100% because, you know, there's still some things you're going to learn, but I knew what was happening. I was, again, thankfully, I had done that deployment to Baghdad. I had, you know, experienced as a enlisted SEAL, working for the Admiral. Like, these are all things that help me understand. It's like I was just a little bit ahead of the power curve. You know what I mean? Just enough ahead of the power curve. You know, did you ever get rolled back in buds?
Yes.
I didn't get rolled back in buds, but you could tell that guys that got rolled back, they were like, okay, like pool comp, they know what's coming. They're just a little bit ahead. And that's how I felt like I was going into Ramadi. It was just ahead enough to know, like, okay, I know what's coming. And I told, you know, once the task unit was on the ground, I'm like, this is going to be a historical deployment. Which is a big statement. That's not a small statement. I didn't throw that a word around, but I knew. I knew.
How many guys did you have that had experience? Like, actual experience?
Every guy that wasn't a new guy had been to Iraq.
You had a lot of new guys, I think.
We had a decent amount of new guys. It wasn't overwhelming, but we had a solid, probably normal, average number of new guys.
Okay.
3-4 guys per platoon, new guys, something like that. So not overwhelming, and all great guys.
I mean, if you know what you're walking, let me ask this: how many guys on your team, or in your task unit had an idea of what they were walking into?
I don't know if anybody did. I don't know if anybody did.
How do you prepare these guys for that?
I mean, just telling them what's happening. You know, you put the SIGACs, the significant activities, which are basically enemy attacks, brief the SIGACs in the last 24 hours, and then you brief them the SIGACs in the last 7 days, and then you brief them the SIGACs in the last month. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist, because in the last 24 hours, there was 3 guys wounded, 1 guy killed, 38 enemy attacks. And you think, whoa, that's a rough day. And then you realize it's every day for 7 days, and then you realize it's every day for 7 months.
Fuck.
Or for a month, and then that's how it's been. And just before we showed up, like, the 3A Marines had a terrible, about a week, where they had lost 4 or 5 guys in that week before we showed up. And they'd lost a couple more before that. But, you know, that's what we're getting into.
Who are your task unit, who are your platoon commanders?
Leif Babin and Seth Stone. Yeah, my brothers. Yeah, 2 guys.
You didn't know them before.
Didn't know them. Met them. And 2 guys from the Naval Academy. Neither one of them got selected out of the Naval Academy. They both had fought their way back from the fleet to get to the SEAL teams. Both of them from Texas. Both of them surfed. Neither one of them had much experience at all. But they were, dude, they wanted to be good. They wanted to be good team guys. And they wanted to fight. They wanted to fight for God and country. And they were tough. They listened. Yeah, they were couldn't ask for better guys to work with, you know, for the 2 platoon commanders. And
when your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
you know, it's funny because Leif will tell the story about when I met those guys and how I didn't smile to him and I wasn't nice to him, and B, Seth thought I was gonna fire him, and I hated him. And it's actually true.
Is it really?
It's actually true. Not that I hated them, but that I might fire them. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know what their attitudes were. I didn't have high expectations that they were going to be, you know, successful or good. And so, and you know what? This is another thing I stole from Hackworth. This is exactly what Hackworth would do. Hackworth's like, yeah, when I meet guys, I don't know who they are. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm not going to become friends with them because if they're not capable of doing the job, I'm going to get rid of them. And so, yeah, there's a reason why I didn't like bro out with them when I first met them, because I will fire them if they're not gonna do their job correctly, or if they're more concerned about themselves than they are about the platoon. And if you're more concerned about yourself than your platoon, you will not work for me. You will not work for me, and I will do everything I can to like get you out of the SEAL teams. So luckily and thankfully, those guys didn't have an ounce of that in them. You know, they wanted to take care of their platoons. They wanted to fight. That's what they wanted. And they did.
Who are your chiefs?
Well, the one chief was Seth's chief, and he's not in the public light. And the other chief was Tony Efrati. And, you know, Seth's chief was a great combination with Seth, hardworking guy, and a good compliment to Seth. And then Tony Efrati was Leif's chief, who again, he was E5 model, with me at SEAL Team 1, and like just a stud, dude. I mean, honestly, he's on the platoon list that you form up for the apocalypse. Like Tony's, he's on the top of the list, you know, because he's not gonna back down, and he's great. You know, there's a situation when we were in going through workup, and I was watching Tony and Leif. They were getting ready to do some training op. Just a real simple training op, you know, target, like a iteration training on a target assault, something like that. And they're sitting there in the, you know, in the sand, you know, with the freaking sticks. And Tony tells him like, hey, sir, we should come in from here, set up a base over here, move through here, rally point over here. That's what we should do. And Leif's like, hey, that sounds really good. Why don't you tell the guys? And Tony goes, I think it'd be good if it came from you. I was like, damn, dude, that's a professional. He's trying to elevate the platoon commander. Instead of him being like, I want to show these guys that I'm the real guy in charge. Instead of doing that, he elevated Leif. Just in that little moment, that's one little moment in time where you see a guy that's like a real, true professional, whose ego is totally out of it. He wants to have a good platoon. So, yeah, just epic. And, you know, since I was, you know, I'm good friends with Tony. You know, I grew up with Tony. And so we had a great relationship. Yep.
Do you, before we go to Ramadi, I just want to ask if there was, how did you address your team when you knew that's where you were going? How did you tell them?
Everybody get some, boys. Yeah. It's weird. There was a time earlier, because I knew that Ramadi was the worst place, and I had said at some point, like, we're gonna end up in Ramadi. I had said that, like, I kind of knew it. So the guys were tracking. The guys knew what was what. And, bro, the idea, you know, it's like I had a guy named Dean Ladd on my podcast, who is a Marine officer in World War II. And, like, he's going into Tarawa. And the threat brief that they're getting for Tarawa is like totally out of control. You can see it. The Japanese are dug in. They got mortars trained on the beach. They got machine gun, pillboxes, the whole 9 yards. And Tarawa was tiny. And I asked him the same kind of probing questions that you're asking me of like, well, how did you feel? And I was like, well, were you nervous? Were you scared about getting wounded or killed? And he goes, that always happens to the other guy. And that's exactly, you know, that's how I felt. That's how I can just about guarantee you every guy in Task Unit Bruiser, when they heard we were going to Ramadi, was like, hell yeah. Every single one of them was like, hell yeah. Nothing bad is going to happen. We're going to go and kick ass. That's what we do, which is exactly what you want.
All this.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah. We're Frogmen, dude. This is what we do. This is an opportunity, you know, the storied legacy. That the guys in Vietnam built, that we got to, you know, get to walk around in Coronado with a trident. I mean, you're not walking around, but guys know you're a SEAL. You go into a McPee's on a Thursday night, which I'm sorry you missed out on. But back in the day, you go into McPee's on a Thursday night, like, you know, you're a badass. And I didn't do anything during that. Nothing. I got to live off the reputation of the guys that came before. So to have an opportunity, get some of that back, yeah, it's a huge opportunity, and it's a heavy weight. We got to hold the line.
So you get to Iraq. You're in Ramadi.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about day one.
Yeah, so we were on the PDSS, or no, the Advon, right? So a few of us came over on the Advon, and yeah, everything I had read about what was going on there, it was going on there. And, you know, what day it was, I don't know, but we were going to a memorial service, like almost out of nowhere. And again, what left a mark was I could tell in the memorial service that this was a routine. Like, it wasn't an ad hoc thing. Like, I'm looking around and I go, this is not an ad hoc thing. I've been in the military for, at this point, 15 years. I know what it looks like when you throw together a ceremony last minute and you get in there and you do something. This was not that. I'm looking at like the setup where they have the memorial process. Those things are used. I'm looking at where the preacher's talking from. I'm like, oh, he's delivering remarks again. So my first memory of Ramadi was going, yeah, these guys, we're showing up here. These guys from the 228 under Colonel Gronsky, they've been here for 14 months. They've lost almost 100 guys. They've taken hundreds and hundreds of casualties, and we need to do what we can to help them. That was my attitude. I was like, we need to help these guys as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. And I just want to remind the audience, your task unit, the most decorated SOC unit out of the entire Iraq War. That's what we're walking into.
Yeah. We had, for some reason, we had 13 snipers. And I say for some reason because that wasn't normal. Both the platoon chiefs were snipers. We were overloaded with snipers, which was a real blessing. And that remember I talked about being in Baghdad, we did a couple operations where I kind of caught a glimpse of what we could do with snipers, like a little glimpse. And when I saw what was happening there, I thought to myself, oh, I think I have an idea of what we can do here. And the turnover with the guys from Team 2, great bunch of dudes. It was like there was areas where, and the same thing with what the coalition forces were telling us. The 228 was like, hey, this area here, you can't go there. It's not passable areas. There are too many IEDs to go down there, period.
Want a future working as an automotive tech? At Universal Technical Institute, you can get trained for this career path in just months, not years. Build skills you can be proud of through hands-on training in our labs with industry pros. Prep to test for ASE certification. And learn to problem solve and create repairs that last. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
Holiday joy starts in Michael's with up to 60% off everything you need to decorate. Deck your halls with the latest trends, whether you're dreaming of a pink wonderland or a shimmery winter dreamscape. Visit us in-store or at michaels.com.
So, it was, we knew. I knew it was going to be a fight because it was all around us. We lived, it's another weird thing. It was like growing up watching war movies. It was usually like good guys are over here, bad guys are over there. You go over to fight the bad guys. Like, okay, World War I was trench warfare. Even the trenches seemed like they were a little bit far apart. In Ramadi, you're like, oh, the other side of this wall right here, there's bad guys. It's like the other side of that wall, there's bad guys. And when you go out the gate, you go out the gate, and there it is. You're in it. You're in Ramadi. And, there was people killed on Ramadi, from mortars and rocket strikes and stuff like that. So it was all around you.
How big was Ramadi? I never made it
Probably
out.
like 4 miles across.
That's it.
Yeah. 350,000 people, roughly speaking, of civilians. Yeah. Camp Ramadi was a pretty big base because it was a former Iraqi army base. So it was a pretty big base, and we have a little annex to that base right on the Euphrates River, as Frogmen should be. And once the whole task unit showed up, like the night the task unit showed up, there was like a coordinated attack on various bases, ours being one of them. And like every guy in our task unit, the first night that they showed up in Ramadi was on the roof of our building, just getting after it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So that was kind of a good welcome to Ramadi as well.
So you get okay. So you're not in the middle of some big base. I mean, it's you go on the rooftop and you can engage.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 And we did. Yeah.
Day one.
Yeah. And it's funny too, now that you mention it, the Commodore at the time, who was the detailer that I asked to send me back to a SEAL team ASAP, who was the commanding officer when I was in Europe. So this guy's a friend of mine, and before we left, to a speech to the whole team, and I harass him about this to this day, he's like, hey, the chances are none of you are gonna shoot your weapons, like this is a different time and all this stuff. And I think I sent him an email or a Webby thing, and I said, hey, sir, we've been here for 48 hours. Every single guy in my task unit and some of the tests have engaged. And he was like, yeah, Roger. Great guy. Great guy.
So what was the mission set? Was it very specific, or was it always something different?
It ended up being pretty specific, and that is setting up sniper overwatch positions in support of the army elements on the ground. That's kind of one. We did do direct action missions with our Iraqi counterparts. We did the overwatches with Iraqi counterparts, and we did, clearance operations, patrols to contact, reconnaissance missions, demo raids. We kind of got full spectrum frogman activities. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was the P28, it was the brigade that was on the ground when we got there. They had pretty much secured the outskirts of the city. And so there was just starting to initiate the idea of pushing into the city. And it seemed like, as a matter of fact, before my guys arrived, we were getting word that one of the courses of action was a Fallujah type clearance of Ramadi. And so now I'm like, oh, it's completely on, right? It is completely on. But Baliki, who was the president, just been elected, he said, I don't want to do that type of assault on Fallujah because it'll cause a separation between the Sunnis and the Shias, and this will be a civil war. Is there another way to do it? And so this is where, when the 11 AD showed up, which is the 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, Ready 1st Brigade, when they showed up, they had a plan that had been used in northern Iraq at Tal Afar to clear the city like a small section at a time. And that's what we ended up implementing.
Do you think that was the right call?
Yes, I do. Because it would have caused so much destruction in the city that it would have caused mass civilian casualties, displacement of people. It would have been very problematic had we done a Fallujah-type clearance of Ramadi. So, and I think there actually would have probably been more casualties had we done it that way on the U.S. side. Certainly on the Iraqi civilian side, it would have been rough. So I thought it was a good plan.
What was the first operation that you took your task unit on?
We started doing some, like almost immediately, some small DAs and stuff like that. Like I remember the first DA that Leif was going on. And this was, when we first got there, the first couple weeks, we were still under command of SEAL Team 1. So my skipper hadn't taken over yet. So I had taken over the Ramadi, Task Unit Ramadi space, but my SEAL wasn't in charge yet. And so my goal was to do as many missions as we could for the SEAL Team 1 CO, so that my CO would be like, Jocko knows what he's doing. And that's what we did. And I had a good relationship. I had known the CO from SEAL Team 1, and when he came out and I met with him and I kind of presented the case and explained to him what I saw and how we were going to operate, he was just we got along great. And so when I started running up, missions that we were going to do, he was approving, and that was very cool. And we got very aggressive out of the gate. And like, when I remember Leif's first direct action mission, and he may have never done a direct action mission before, and I'm the task unit commander, but this thing was pretty close to the front gate, and I'm like, he can go do this thing. And so he's putting together the plan, and there's like a lot of stuff to organize. And he came to me and he's like, hey bro, he's like, I don't know if we're gonna be ready for this. And I'm like, bro, you're gonna be fine. You're totally good to go. You got this. And he was like, you know, he trusted me, man. And I trusted him. That's why I was going. But he looked at me like with that kind of like, okay, if you say so type thing. And he went out and did it, and it's all good to go. So we ran some missions like that. And then what happened was, when I met the Colonel Gronsky, this is before the 180 showed up, because you're asking about the first missions that we did. So I had put, Tony Efrati had taken a little sniper element with some Marines and him and some SEALs and a couple Iraqi soldiers out to this area where the Marines had been IED'd and lost Marines in early April. And so Tony went out there. They're in Overwatch for 48 hours or something like that, 24 hours, 36 hours. Nothing. I go to meet the brigade commander. And as I'm going to meet the brigade commander, I'm walking through his talk. Like, this is out of a movie. I'm walking through his talk, and they're announcing, like, through the radios that the SEALs just engaged 2 IED emplacers at this location where that IED had taken place. And I walk into his office, and he goes, are those your guys? And I'm like, yes, sir. And he said, I need you over in Eastern Ramadi. And I said, roger that, sir. Let me get it fixed. Let me get it together. And we chatted, and he explained to me what was going on. This area called the Malab District, run by the 1st of the 506. Band of Brothers, outstanding Army unit. I mean, just as awesome as it gets. They were in control of this, or working to get control of this place called Malab District, and they were just getting annihilated with IEDs. I mean, it was absolutely horrible. And so went back and I put together a crew and to go over to Eastern Ramadi and conduct a massive clearance with them. So we're over there for a few days. We're getting to know the Iraqi troops. We're planning this big, giant operation. And again, bro, when we're in the SEAL teams and we think of a big operation, we think of like a task unit, right? Maybe a task unit plus a company of Rangers, or, a company of maybe a platoon of infantry guys. When I say big, bro, I'm talking like thousands. Not thousands, but hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of soldiers. So we're planning this operation, and it's weird. So you know how we were talking about, what is the head shed doing? Like, so in Ramadi, the leadership had figured or made a decision that they didn't want any battalion-sized operations conducted in Ramadi. But this clearance was going to take that whole battalion plus to get it done. And they run it up the chain of command, hey, we want to do this battalion sweep of this area. And it comes back, hey, no battalion-sized operations. And so they said, okay. So we took and broke up this battalion-sized operation into like multiple smaller operations that were company plus sized operations. It's a little bit of a shell game is what I'm getting at. But it was the mandate that had come down, and the commanding officer of the battalion said, okay, that's the mandate we got to meet. Here's how we can maneuver around that and still accomplish the mission. So that's what we ended up doing. And this is you're talking about the first major operation. So this is the first major operation that we're doing. We're planning to sweep a certain section of the city first thing in the morning. Then we're going to reset, do another section of the city, then do another section. And
what do you mean by sweep?
Clear.
You're talking about like route reconnaissance, sniper overwatch?
I'm talking the Iraqi soldiers with the U.S. Army, but primarily the Iraqi soldiers in the lead, are going to enter every building in a area. It's a clearance operation.
Okay.
Meet with the people, see if they have weapons, talk to them about get atmospherics, and then go to the next building, and go to the next building, and go to the next building. So as they do this, they know that they're going to get attacked. So in order to interdict the attacks, and they also know that once you clear a street of IEDs, in a matter of hours, they come out, and we called it reseeding the IEDs, which is, it happens so much that they have a term for it. It's reseeding the IEDs. So they know that if we clear a road and get rid of the IEDs, the enemy will come back in and put IEDs. So when we put together this plan, I have a group of SEALs that are going to go with the Iraqi soldiers to help them and do C2 for their clearance operation. And then I have 2 elements of SEALs that are going to go out, and one of them is going to overwatch one of these long access roads, and the other one's going to overwatch a shorter access road, but also the Ramadi Soccer Stadium, which is a staging area for the enemy. And then I am going to be with the company commander, who's an awesome guy, Joe Claiborne, crazy Joe Claiborne. I'm going to be with him because he's helping C2 and the Iraqi soldiers with elements of his company. There's a lot going on, man.
Yeah, no kidding.
So we launch pre-dawn, and this is another thing, pre-dawn operation, and we had done, Stoner had taken guys out with Claiborne, with Joe Claiborne, like a few days earlier, and he had gotten a big gunfight, and when they came back, I was standing at the gate waiting for him to come back, and he's like totally impressed, and I walk with him to his battalion commander, and this guy, this company commander, Joe Claiborne, who's been in Iraq for 4 or 5 months at this point, he's lost 2 guys, I think. He's had a bunch of guys wounded. I think at that point, like 20% of his guys have been wounded or killed. And he goes to the battalion commander, and he says, I want SEALs with me on every operation I do from here on out. From one engagement with my guys, he was impressed. And I was overwhelmingly impressed with him and his guys. They were outstanding. But that's how much we hit it off with these guys. And I've told him since that was the best compliment I've ever got in my life, was when an Army company commander goes and tells his battalion commander, I want SEALs with us on every operation we do from here on out. After just getting in a major engagement.
When the Secret Santa named Santa Getz as himself, he wanted something the workshop didn't have on the shelf. He compared some self-care with Google Search AI mode, so his cheeks weren't just frozen, they practically glowed.
Give the gift of adventure at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Now through December 7th, purchase a special holiday gift card and save 10% by in-store or online at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's.
So now you fast forward a few days, and we're going on this mission. And as we're driving in, it's eerie. And what the Mooj would do is they would light tires on fire. And so you're rolling into town, it's black smoke everywhere. There's fires burning. Very, very eerie as we roll in. And I already have my sniper elements had inserted at this point. And they were inserting on the mine clearance vehicles. So it's a pretty sneaky little operation. The mine clearance vehicle goes by, stops to clear a mine, but then some SEALs get out of the back and go set up an overwatch position. Very cool. So they're in position. The one by the soccer stadium is in position. The other group gets in their spot, and the building that they had selected was not the way it looked like it was going to look on paper, or the way it looked on the overhead imagery. They didn't have a good view of this long axis road that was going to be utilized for the clearance, which was bad because it was going to get cleared, and then it would be hours before the op started, and now we'd have possible IEDs getting reseated. That's a problem. Didn't want that to happen. So that element decided to move. And now there's a lot of time compression. The sun's starting to come up. And we're like, as they realize the sun's coming up, they're like, oh, we don't have good visibility of the road that we need. That's their commander's intent, is to watch this road. They can't see the road. They decide to move. As they move, they go into a building that is just outside the limit of advance. And I'm sorry for civilians that I'm talking in military jargon, but there's a point where the clearance operation was supposed to stop. And so they're on the other side of, it's a road. It's like, okay, the clearance operation, they will not go past this road. So now, as things start to develop, I've got my guys, my sniper element over by the soccer stadium, they're starting to engage enemy. The SEALs that are pushing through, they're starting to experience resistance, and they're starting to engage. With my little element starting to engage. So there's a lot of enemy fighters out there. And at some point, one of the Iraqi elements, which I don't know why they did this, or I did not know, no one knew that they were going to do this. They had decided that they were going to set their own cordon around the area that was being cleared. So by themselves, they ran from where the clearance was taking place all the way to the limit of advance road, and they went across it to enter the building and set up an overwatch position for themselves. That's where my guys were. So one of my guys, and again, there's so many little details that go into this, but we had seen, they give us intel pictures, and the intel pictures have body armor and helmets and AK-47s and chocolate chip camis that the enemy has. So we know that the enemy can be wearing body armor, chocolate chip camis, helmets, and we know they carry AK-47s. So one of my guys is in that Overwatch, and they're looking out the bottom floor, and they see a guy with an AK-47. Again, it's like not quite Nod's time. It's the worst time of day, dude. And the guy sees a guy with an AK-47 maneuvering through the courtyard, which they had zip-tied the courtyard shut. So this guy had actively entered the courtyard and was now maneuvering, and my guy shot him. Obviously, looking back, this was one of those Iraqi soldiers that had run up there. So now, him and his Iraqi soldiers, and there was a small Marine element that had gone with us, an Anglico element, had gone with these guys, because the job of the Anglico is to keep track of the frontline trace of where friendly forces are. So they see these Iraqi soldiers run off, and they followed them because they're freaking awesome Marines, and they're doing their job. So now they get up to where this guy is, where this small element is, and they're like, what's going on? They're like, hey, broken English, the whole nine yards. One of our guys went in that compound. He got shot. And so then what do? They all start shooting. So what we end up with, now we're entering the blue on blue. This is a blue on blue happening. And as my guys in the Overwatch position are now returning fire at the Iraqis that are dumping down rounds trying to get their guy out of the courtyard, the Iraqis call for the QRF. So now a QRF launches to go down, and it gets to that corner. 50 caliber machine gun puts it on the Overwatch, my Overwatch position. And again, this Overwatch position is Iraqi soldiers and SEALs, and starts engaging with 50 cal into this Overwatch position. As this is happening, now my guys call the heavy QRF, which is tanks. And as this happens, I look at the company commander, Joe Claiborne. I'm like, hey, those are my guys calling QRF. Let's go. Like, follow these tanks down there. Roger that. So we kind of break contact over here, and we pull out onto that main road. Farouk Way is what it was called. And as we're driving down this road, I'm looking and I see the tank, and I see red smoke, which is what we use for emergencies. And I see the tank, and I just, as soon as I looked around, I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I knew something. My gut instinct was telling me there's something is wrong. So I get out of the Humvee, and I'm with my SEA, who's a great dude, And I look and I see the gunny sergeant from Anglico, and I'm like, well, what's happening? And he goes, there's Mooj in that building right there. He goes, he's like, we're going to call for fire. Like, we got to take him out. I'm like, okay, stand by. Because I didn't feel comfortable. And looked at my, like, SEA, gave him, like, the head nod. And he, like, gave me the squeeze. And I started walking up. And as I'm walking up to this compound, I see a white on the ground, on the door, I see a white zip tie. And I'm like, my guys are in here. And I kicked the door open. And when I kicked the door open, I saw Platoon Chief Tony Frati standing there. And he's like stoked to see me because they called the QRF. He's thinking I'm the QRF. And I go, what happened? And he said, hey, guy was coming through the courtyard. We engaged him, and then they brought him. And I looked at him and I said, it was a blue one. And he looked at me like totally confused. And he said, can we get the guys out of here? I said, yeah. And we had a 113 was down there as a Kazovac already. So got the SEALs and the Iraqi soldiers that were in there, put them in the 113 to get them out of there. And Tony stayed with me because Tony's like, there's a reason why I said Tony's like the top of the list, because Tony just got 150 rounds shot at him with 50 cal. By the way, one of my other guys, Matt Hasby, he got fragged in the face. He was had so accepted his death, it was wild. But Tony, through all that, was just like, hey, I'm like, check, no factor. Those guys go back. And I went up then to the company commander, and same thing. I looked at him, I said, hey, that was a blue on blue. And he's same look, like, what? And I said, it was a blue on blue. And he radioed it in. So, and as soon as I saw that white zip tie, I figured out what had happened. You know, I was like, oh, and I saw the building from the map where my guys were supposed to be, or where they were originally planning to be. I knew that I was at the limited advance. Like, I knew what had happened. And in talking to that Anglico guy, was like, yeah, the Iraqis pushed down here. And I was like, oh. So we finished the clearance. You know, because that's what you do. Like, there's still a mission going on. We finished the clearance, and as we finished the clearance, we then, we're now like, some elements stay out there, but the bulk of the clearance force is now going back to base. I go back to base, and myself and the company commander go to the same battalion commander that he had just told he wanted SEALs with us on all of his operations. And this battalion commander is one of the best guys. But seriously, one of the best leaders I've ever met. And he looked at me, and he looked at Joe, and he's like, what happened out there? And there was a giant battle map, like literally wallpaper. And I just walked through with it. I was like, hey, sir, I had an element here, I had an element here. My element moved to here. This Iraqi element pushed down because they went past the limited advance. My guys didn't know who they were, engaged them. They called the QRF. My guys got engaged by the QRF. My guys called the heavy QRF. I came down and made the connection. And he was like, and this guy was, you know, he'd been in Ramadi for 6 months as a battalion commander, or 5 months, or whatever it was at that time. I guess they got there in December, yeah. So it'd been like 4 or 5 months. He was just awesome. And he was like, okay. He's like, we learned from that. Don't let it happen again. We got another mission to do. And I was like, roger that, sir. And so we went, rejocked, went out again, did a whole nother operation, got done with that clearance sector. And again, now everything's, you know, we didn't have any more of these things happen. And then we came back, did it again, rolled out. So we ended up doing clearances the whole day, engaging all kinds of enemy fighters, the whole 9 yards. And then I get back, once the last mission is done, because these were daytime operations. You know, other than us in certain time, since the sun was setting, the Iraqi soldiers can't clear it at night. So it's a daytime operation. That's why.
You worked hard to cross that finish line. Now it's time to celebrate those victories. At Michaels, we help you preserve your keepsakes with custom framing that brings your victory to life. Because every achievement deserves to be beautifully remembered. remembered. Michaels, frame your victory.
Now I get back and I open up my field computer, and needless to say, I had some emails and some texts, you know, the webby texts, to explain that, hey, stand down. Investigation is commencing. As to what happened. I'm like, yeah, roger that. So we consolidate and we go back over to Western Ramadi, Camp Ramadi, Camp Mark, what we end up calling Camp Mark Lee. And now I'm getting ready to debrief, and my skipper sends me an email like, hey, we'll be out there tomorrow, be ready to debrief. And now I'm trying, so now one Iraqi soldier's dead, multiple Iraqi soldiers wounded, and one of my guys wounded, blue on blue. Dude, it's a nightmare. So I spend the next however many hours trying to figure out who is to blame for this. My assumption is someone's getting fired, right? Because you can't have a blue on blue and no one gets fired. My assumption is someone's getting fired. So it's kind of the question is who's getting fired. So I go down the list of like the element leader that was in charge of the Iraqi soldiers. Guess what he didn't do? He didn't keep control of those soldiers and let them go down and leave the limit of advance. The radio man that was in charge of that element that moved positions didn't tell me or anyone else where he's going. He just did it. Shooter shot a guy without doing a good PID. Like, I went down the list and was figuring out who was to blame. And there was something in my gut that felt so disgusted by my thoughts. And I was probably, you know, a half an hour away from when the CO arrived. And I couldn't figure out why I felt so disgusted in this debrief. And it occurred to me, like a giant slap upside my head, that the reason I felt disgusted is because I was trying to blame people for things that were my fault. Because this operation, like every operation, you are the senior leader on the battlefield, you're in charge of everything. And every one of those mistakes that happen are because of me. They're because of me. Because I failed as a leader to convey how important it was to pass your location. I failed to convey as a leader how important the limit of advance was. I failed to convey how important it was to keep control of those Iraqi soldiers. Those things are my fault that that's happened. Not any one of those guys. And so when the commanding officer showed up, and the command master chief, and the investigating officer, and they're sitting there in the room with my wounded guy who's got his head bandaged up. It's Matt Hasby, you know Matt, right?
Matt was my swim buddy in second phase.
So I'm looking at Matt in the back. I mean, it's only a miracle that he's alive, right? He had 50 cal punching through the roof. He's laying there. He drew out his pistol so he could like fend for himself as he got overrun. So, and I will say, with that moment when I realized why I felt disgusted, I felt so relieved, like, oh, you're an idiot. This is you. And I felt, okay, this is you. This is what you did. You're in charge, you're responsible, and this is what the leader does. And so I went in the room and, you know, I asked that question, whose fault was this? And there was a pretty good moment of silence. And then someone chimed in, well, hey, it was my fault, I did this. And I was like, no, it wasn't your fault. And then the radioman said, no, it was my fault. I said, no, it wasn't your fault.
Our whole team was in this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, everyone in Task Unit Bruiser was in there, and the Command Master Chief, and the skipper, and the investigating officer. And I went around the room and asked, you know, whose fault is this? And everybody, you know, whether it was they wanted to blame the Iraqis, whether they wanted to take ownership themselves, everybody was chiming in on whose fault it was. And then I said, no, it wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't your fault. There's only one person to blame, and that person's me. And that is the truth. That is the truth. When you are in charge of a team and something goes wrong, it is your fault. And then I said, and here's some things that we're going to do to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I started talking about time and space deconfliction. I started talking about how we were going to overly signal. We went through some protocols. But that was it. And, you know, my boss, who I already had a great relationship with, and the Master Chief, who's a great, you know, legendary Master Chief, he, you know, those guys, my relationship and trust with them went up in both directions, because they understood what had happened. They understood that I understood. And I think, you know, if they would have, they would have been in their rights to say, hey, Jocko, you're done. Or they could have fired anyone in that long chain of command. I would have protested with my own job if they would have tried to fire someone else besides me. But, you know, I had a good relationship with them. They understood how complicated it was. They saw all these little pictures. There's a million other little elements I can tell you about, like the fact that Matt Hasby, who was getting shot at with a 50 caliber machine gun, which you'd think, hey dude, you're getting shot at with a 50 cal. That's an American weapon. Like, that's not common. Well, 12 hours prior to this, he was in a sniper tower and he got engaged with a Dishka 12.7 machine gun by the enemy. And he told me he's literally up there thinking, I can't believe these guys with the Dishka found me again. Because otherwise, if you think you're getting shot at with a 50 cal, you call ceasefire, you throw a red smoke, you do something to stop it. He had no idea. And so that's, you know, to the credit of my Command Master Chief and my commanding officer, they listened to me, I listened to them, and we carried on. And that was a very rough way to begin the deployment.
Do you have any idea how much credibility was boosted within you with your team that day?
I don't know, but I can tell you that you and I have both sat in rooms where some officer blamed someone else other than themselves, and you and I both know that that is disgusting. Mm-hmm. And I that's what disgusted me. The fact that I was even having those thoughts. You know, part of it was me trying to truly figure out what happened, but part of it was like, oh yeah, this is you trying to look for someone to blame. There's no one to blame. You're in charge. So, you know, the guys in the troop, the guys in the task unit, like, these guys, I'm not a hard person to figure out. I'm not maneuvering in some way. I am who I am. And those guys knew that. And so I think I would have lost a lot of respect. I think I did what they probably expected I was going to do. You know, maybe some of them were pleasantly surprised, but I think most of them knew me. They didn't, you know, I think I would have been we would have been very out of character if I'd have gone in there and blamed someone else. That's not how it works. You know, again, this goes back to that platoon commander I had. You know, that guy, we screwed something up. Even when we screwed something up, one time one of my friends got in trouble, like on Liberty, and he wasn't even there. And he's like, yeah, you know, I should have seen this coming. I was like, check. So, when things go wrong, you better take ownership of it. And they certainly went wrong in that scenario. And, you know, there's another, the Commodore of Group 2 at the time, who was a guy that was a legendary leader in the SEAL teams. and he had been a Marine. And he had come in at the tail end of Way City. And I can't remember if I talked to him or if he emailed me. But he said something along the lines of, "Hey, Jocko, I don't know if you know about me." I was in the tail end of Way City. I saw, he was one of those guys that made it very clear that he was not in the Battle of Way City, but he showed up there afterwards, or he's at the tail end of it, and he said, he rattled off the percentage, like a third of the casualties in Way City were fratricide. That's just one battle. Like, it's complicated stuff. And it was the first, he let me know, like, okay, this is war. And by the way, the Army, like that battalion commander, Blue on Blue was a part of Ramadi. We think of in the SEAL teams, we think of Blue on Blue, it's like you're getting kicked out of the SEAL teams. Like, if you and I are running around with Sim and I shoot you, there's a decent chance I'm getting kicked out of the SEAL teams. Mm-hmm. Like, that's how much of a mortal sin it is. And the Army and the Marine Corps, they're like, it's just like, we have to mitigate it as much as we can, but if you can't, it can happen.
This is part of it.
It's part of it. And it's a horrible part of it. And look, we had other Blue on Blues that potentially could happen. We had shots fired, but we never had it escalate like that one did. And that's because we learned a lot of lessons from that one. And we prevented all kinds that never escalated at all, that never happened. But, it's one of those, it's funny, we in Extreme Ownership, Leif and I were writing our kind of chapters independently. And it ends up, there's 3 chapters in there that are about Blue on Blue. One of them was Chris Kyle with a PID on a guy with a scoped weapon. And he's telling Leif, like, hey, I got a guy with a scoped weapon in this building. Is there any friendlies in that building? And Leif's calling the company commander, hey, do you got any friendlies in this building? And the guy's like, no. He's like, we got a guy with a scoped weapon. He's like, kill him. Because there's snipers that are killing Americans. And Chris, like, didn't quite feel comfortable. And Leif was like, hey, he's saying we're cleared. And goes back and forth. And finally, Leif's like, hey, we don't feel comfortable taking a shot. And the guy's kind of pissed. And this is a great company commander. Guy's kind of pissed. And he's like, okay, well, we'll go clear it. And Leif's like, Roger, we got, we'll tell you what we see. And a few minutes later, the Army goes to assault that building, but they come out of the building that they were going to assault. They didn't know we miscounted the buildings or they miscounted the building. I forget what it was, but that right there, man, if Chris could have shot one of friendlies, but we had to be so careful about these engagements.
This is pretty easy to assemble. Or maybe not. Does anybody have an elf?
And then there was another one that I wrote about where we had a sniper element on a rooftop, and there's a Bradley fighting vehicle on a intersection. And he calls back like, hey, we see bad guys on the building of building 48J or whatever the building was. And the company commander's like, you got any guys on that building? I'm like, hold on. I'm like, because it's, multiple guys with scoped weapons on top of a building. I'm like, do me a favor. Have the Bradley count the number of buildings he sees till he gets to that target. And he's like, what? And I go, please. And he's like, okay. Says, all right, hey, whatever, -1, count the number of buildings you see before you get to that target building. Guy's like, what? He said, count the number of buildings. Counts the number of buildings, come back. He said, hey, we mis-ID'd the number of the building. It's actually building 32. It's like, yeah, we got friendlies on that building. Do not engage. So that's what we were dealing with a lot. And there was cases in Ramadi of people engaging Humvees. Like, there's probably no vehicle in the world with a more distinct silhouette than a Humvee. And we had guys there was soldiers and Marines that engaged Humvees because of the confusion and chaos of the battlefield. So that's how we started off, with a massive lesson learned.
With a lesson learned like that, and you took ownership of that. I mean, and this is advice for future leaders. in war. I mean, how do you brush that off and get your head back in the game?
Well, what are we going to do to prevent it? You know, like, we got lessons learned. And, you know, I think when you're shooting head plates and you miss one, if you start thinking about the one that you just missed, you're going to miss two more. And I think that's a really important thing to be able to do with other factors in your life of, hey, look, this happened. It went bad. We need to fix it. We need to fix it, and we need to move on. If you live in the past on stuff, without, you know, you learn from it, but you can't. You know, it's like I say about when you, with losing people. If you lose someone, like your friend, your parents, your brother, your sister, whoever, someone close to you dies, you got to remember them, but you can't dwell on the past. You can't just be there forever, because then you're not moving forward. So I think it's the similar activity here from my standpoint is like, oh, okay, like this is what we did wrong. This is the lessons that we learned, and here's how we move forward.
Did you feel any type of reluctancy to address your men as their leader again after that? Immediately after that?
No. Man, I was really close with these guys, you know, up and down the chain of command. These guys we did a workup together. They've seen me in every different type of scenario. They're not like, these are my brothers. We had great relationships, you know, so I wasn't, if I would have blamed one of these guys, I would have been ashamed to show my face. You know what I mean? But they were more like, hey, this wasn't your fault. I'm like, yes, it was. Like, they've tried to re-explain to me. You know?
Well, the other thing is they're all thinking, he's got our fucking back. And that's really definitely one of the most important attributes of a good leader, is knowing that your guy, your boss, has your fucking back.
Yeah. Yes, it is absolutely. And you got to know that they have your back. And this is one of those things where it turns into, or you have to watch out. Because if you work for me and your impression of me that I give you is that no matter what you do, I'll cover for you, now we get into a bad zone. Because you have to know that if you do something that's immoral, illegal, or unethical, I'm not gonna have your back. Now, if you explain to me what happened and what went wrong, and you had what we learned from the Army, which is a good shot, bad result, 100%. 100%. But if you are doing things that are illegal, immoral, or unethical, you need to know that I will not have your back. And even something, even this isn't that extreme, but like I would tell guys, hey, you get a DUI, it doesn't matter what I do to your back, because it's going to be in the system and you're going to get in trouble, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, there's nothing I can do. Like, I can go and be a character witness and tell the Commodore how great you are, but the Commodore's going to go, oh yeah, you had a DUI, you're getting busted down, and you were pulling from your platoon. And it doesn't matter how much I have your back. That's what's happening. So, yes, you're right. But as a leader, you've got to put those parameters up to make sure that guys understand what the left and right lateral limits are. And they can be big, but they're not infinite. And that's why I need to know that you have my back. Because if you're out doing something that you shouldn't be doing, what are you doing to me, man? Because I'm gonna take the fall as well. It's not like I'm just gonna be like, oh no, he did it. Because I am responsible. You do something stupid or you do something illegal and you get rolled up, I'm going down too, as I should, because I let it happen. So yes, 100%. And these guys knew that. These guys knew that. That is how we have to operate. And luckily for me, like I said, I did that tour as the Admiral's aide. I understood what those left and right lateral limits were. I understood that very well. And that was a real blessing, because there were no there wasn't really any ambiguity about that. If you do something that's outside the box, I will not have you. Anything you do inside the box, and like I said, it's a big box. A big box. I got you. But you better be doing good things, at least with the best intent. And are mistakes gonna happen? Yeah, man. They are gonna happen. Especially in a combat zone. Like, are civilians gonna get killed in the combat zone? Yes, they are. Are the wrong breaches gonna happen to the wrong building? Yep, they're gonna happen. There are things that are gonna happen. And I will have your back. As long as your intent was good. As long as you were doing the right thing for the right reasons. All day. And yeah, my guys knew that for sure. And I knew that with them.
Hey, it's your mobile hotspot. I can handle a lot, but the other night with everyone live streaming so many devices, I had trouble keeping up. But Cox Home Internet can keep up with all of it. Plus, get one unlimited Cox mobile line free for a whole year when you bundle with Cox Internet. Just $55 a month for 300 megabits per second. Switch today. Mobile speeds reduced to max 1.5 megabits per second after 20 gigabits per month use. Limited time offer, new customers. Actual speeds may vary. Other restrictions may apply.
How was it working with Chris Kyle?
Great. Yeah. It was great. He was a very dedicated sniper. He was a wise ass. He was funny as hell. He was a shit talker. In like a good team guy way. And he was just a great guy to have in a platoon. Yeah, man. Like, you'd see him and Tony looking at imagery for hours, trying to figure out what building would be best, looking at the angles, looking at the distances, looking at the long axis. Like, that's what they did. And, you know, he was good, man. He was good. He would spend, you know, a long time on his gun in sniper overwatch positions. And he would set himself up for some good positions. You know what I mean? Like, he would set himself up on some long axis positions where he can see 4 or 5 blocks. And meanwhile, like, a new guy sniper might see half of an alley. So, but he earned that position, you know? He earned it with his patience and his discrepancy. Like, he was very, very good. He was as good as it gets.
Was he good at passing on wisdom?
Yeah, you know, I'd say I was a little bit out of the line of fire of him passing on wisdom because I wasn't a sniper.
Gotcha.
But, you know, he passed on some hassling to these new guys, I can tell you that. The funny thing is, you know, he liked to do, this is weird, but he liked to do like pranks. Like a grade school kid. Like, he would prank people, do funny stuff. Like, that's what he was like. So he wasn't the, you know, in the movie they make him out to be like super serious all the time and all this stuff, and he was actually just a funny, great guy to be around that brought a lot of entertainment with him, you know, a lot of entertainment.
Right on.
And we had a good crew of guys that was, you know, that's a SEAL platoon, man. It's a SEAL platoon. I guess there's SEAL platoons where they're not like having fun and ribbing each other and, you know, being brothers. But I was never in a platoon like that. I was always in a platoon that was freaking awesome to hang around. And, you know, when I was a young SEAL, what I do on the weekends, I went to the team. You went to the team on the weekends. Went to the team on Saturday and worked on your gear. Went to the team on Sunday and worked out with your buddies. That's all we did. That's what we did. Because there wasn't anything else. And once I had a family, I had to, like, at least take a little bit of time. But even then, my family was second to my platoon, to my task unit, to the teams. I would love to tell you that I'm embarrassed to admit that or that that's not the right thing, but when you're in the SEAL teams, I think that is the thing. That is
fucking way it is, man.
That's the way it is. And you know, God bless my wife, who was just like a saint, but she handled the family stuff, and I handled the war stuff.
Were Were you married at this time?
Yep. So going to Ramadi, I had 3 kids at that time.
You had 3 kids.
Yep.
How are you handling? I mean, how many deployments had you done married with kids, or with kids?
2. Well, no, 1. 3. So, my daughter was born. My oldest daughter was born the day before I went on the strike deployment at Team 2. She was born and I left. Never changed a diaper. And then while I was in college, I had 2 more kids because I was home. And then, and yeah, I mean, I was in the SEAL teams, man. Like, we go on deployment, we go to war, and you want to be with your kids, but you're not going to be with your kids in the SEAL teams. It's not a good family environment. Now, if you have a strong family, you know, men have been going, you know, on some form of deployment since the beginning of time.
You said this in breakfast, and I fucking love this.
I mean, because I hear sometimes people like, oh, you know, my father's going to be around. Like, I wasn't around. You know? And a lot of dads weren't around. And they raised some awesome kids. And so, yeah, guys have been going on the hunt, on the sea voyage, on the crusade, whatever you're going on. Men have been going on that stuff for a long time. And the kids understand that. And the moms understand it, and they raise warriors.
Wow. How long have you been married?
I think 28 years.
What is the secret to a successful marriage?
There's a couple, but number 1 is marry like a pretty awesome woman. And then, you know, just apply the principles of leadership to your marriage. You know, it's the same principles that you want your wife to listen to you, you better listen to her. You want your wife to trust you, you better trust her. You want your wife to respect you, you better treat her with respect. You want your wife to care about you, you better care about her. If something goes wrong, you better take ownership. So that's worked out great for me. And my wife's a saint. My wife's a saint.
I'm sure she is.
Does the thought of big roller coasters and bigger hair in Dollywood get your heart beating faster? Or maybe your 10-gallon size travel ambitions have you heading for Texas's Big Bend National Park? Or some small town and small state charm in Little Compton, Rhode Island might be more your speed. For adventures of all sizes, choose...
Want more from The Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes.
You know, when you were asking me about the pressure of my first deployment to Iraq, and I told you that I didn't really feel this wasn't the idea of someone getting wounded or killed was kind of a little bit of a distant thing in the back of my mind. And in Ramadi, it was front of mind. And when you see that many casualties happening, like on a daily basis, the odds are going crazy. And of course, am I fatalistic? Because that was my thought process, maybe. But it was also just numbers, man. It was just the numbers. You just look at the numbers, and every day, every time you leave the wire, there is a chance. And so it's a daily basis. And listen, the Army and the Marine Corps are just making the most incredible sacrifices. You see it. You go to their memorials. You hear it on the radio. That's one thing that was, you'd hear it on the radios. you'd hear, hey, there's 1 KIA heading back to Camp Ramadi, heading to, or 3 wounded, heading to Charlie Med. Like, you would hear these things. It's just constant.
This is daily.
Daily. So, and, you know, I try and give as much admiration to the Army and the Marine Corps, who fought so hard in such terrible conditions. And that's what they were facing every day, and that's what we were facing. And we had the blue on blue happen almost pretty quickly thereafter. Cowie got wounded bad, and you know, Cowie's just a stud. And he's in Charlie Med. He's all doped up on morphine. The doc pulled him aside and he's like, hey, I don't know if it's like Roger. And Cowie, like, I, you know, bend over to like hold his hand, and he's like, the first thing's out of his mouth, let me stay. So that's the kind of guys you got to go. Let me stay. So, you know, this is, once the 11 AD shows up with Colonel McFarland, later General McFarland, you know, that's when we start pressing in to the city. That's when we start supporting these combat overwatch, or these combat outposts being built in the city, which is a huge construction project. And there's a time period when they're building these combat outposts in the city that they're extremely vulnerable because they're doing a construction project in the middle of a war zone. And so what can we do to help that is we can set up sniper overwatch positions, and when the enemy would maneuver in to attack them, we would kill them. And it was actually General McFarland. He wrote it in an article. It's like those combat outposts being built as bait. You know, he didn't put them out there as bait. He put them out there on the grand strategy of taking over the city, but it's like a salt lick. You know, you start building this construction project in the middle of downtown Ramadi, the insurgents are absolutely going to attack you. And when they do, my guys would be in an offset position, 200 meters away, 300 meters away, 400 meters away, looking down a long axis avenue of approach where the news would come. And would kill them. And it was, you know, an ideal setup for us. Yeah, and it was, when we started doing this, like this, the amount of scrutiny for the 11 AD, for General McFarland, you know, he was getting scrutinized on the amount of combat that his guys were getting, the amount of casualties and the amount of killing that he was doing. He was getting that scrutiny from the meth, and I was feeling the same thing. And it was always like, please come see, come and see what's happening here. It doesn't take long to figure out. And thankfully, you know, they did. You know, I had the Sigisotive commander, who's a great guy at the time, came down, visited. The Commodore visited. The SOCOM commander visited. You know, General Brown, SOCOM commander. He came to see us in Ramadi. We got 35 SEALs, bro. He's in charge of all of the world of special operations. He came to Ramadi to see what we were doing, to talk to the conventionals, make sure that they were getting what we needed. So there was a lot of eyes on what we were doing. And part of that was because of the amount of people we were killing. And part of it was because they were very risky on operations.
I want to ask a question. You've been studying this. You've been studying Ramadi since before you got there. You know, SEALs have, what, year and a half workup? You started studying sounds like, I think, what did you say, maybe you found out 6 months into workup that you were going to Ramadi?
No, we didn't know we were going to Ramadi until like a couple weeks before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about doing dailies, weeklies, monthlies of troops in contact, casualties. You've studied this fucking battle space. It's very obvious it's hot. Why would anybody be under scrutiny for the amount of combat that they're seeing when they want you to incrementally take over a fucking city? That makes zero sense to me.
Yeah. Yep. And again, it wasn't just me and Special Operations. General McFarland was feeling the same thing. And again, just like General McFarland had a great relationship with the MEF commander, I had a great relationship with my commanding officer. And so when I explained to him what was happening, we started probably a few weeks, like 3 weeks into these sniper operations that we were doing. This was early in deployment. And we killed probably 10, 15, something, mostly IED placers. And I talked to my headquarters, and they're like, hey, you're killing these IED placers, but the IEDs haven't gone down yet. And I said, hey, sir, the average insurgency, according to the counterinsurgency manual, lasts 7 years. It's been 3 weeks. Can I get some more time to work? And he's like, yeah, check. But yeah, I mean, well, you know what it's like. You know what it was like for a SEAL rotation at the time. You went to Iraq, right? There's not a lot of direct enemy contact. And there's not a lot of killing most of the time. You're doing DAs, they don't want to fight. Do they get killed sometimes? Yes. But most of the time, they don't really want to fight. So they surrender. And you capture. The capture-kill part is mostly capture. For me on my first deployment, it was almost all capture. Killed very few. Well, now you're in this zone where there's enemy that are, like I said, going to assault lick. They are maneuvering through the streets, and we're in locations with tactical advantage that we selected with long access down multiple roads. You're gonna start killing a lot of enemy fighters. And it was abnormal. It was abnormal. And so, the scrutiny came. I welcome it. It's no factor. We had to have guys sign a shooter statement for every there was like a sworn shooter statement. And at first guys were like, why we gotta do this? It's like, hey, because in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, someone's gonna come back and say, this person died here. Who did it? And we'll say either, oh yeah, that was us because this is why, or no, that wasn't us. So I again, luckily for me that I had seen the officer side of things, I understood that, and I was able to explain it to the guys. Explain it to the guys like, hey, there's a reason we're seeing this. It's because we're killing a lot of bad guys, and the chain of command needs to make sure that we're doing the right thing for the right reasons. We are, and they see that. And we got such great support from the Siege of SOTF, from my chain of command, from the Special Operations chain of command, for sure. Like I said, General Brown came out. And by the way, the Army and the Marine Corps was like epic. I had the colonel that was in charge, General Sean McFarland, had him on my podcast, and you can tell it was as good as it gets. And so, yeah, there's scrutiny because you're killing a lot of bad guys, and there's also scrutiny because these are risky freaking operations. And, a big one was going out in the daytime. Why would you give up tactical advantage of going out at night, which we have because we got night vision, we got lasers, the whole 9 yards? Why would we make that mistake? Well, there's a bunch of reasons. There's a bunch of reasons. Number one, our mission from the Siege of SOTF was to train and fight company and platoon-sized elements of Iraqi soldiers. So that means we are supposed to train them and go and fight with them. Company and platoon-sized elements, not special mission units, not DA units, company and platoon-sized elements of infantry soldiers. That's what we're supposed. That's what our task was. We put together some scouts. We put together some special mission units, but that was our task. They don't have night vision. They didn't even have flashlights. We used to give like a fire team of Iraqis a flashlight. So for them to do a clearance operation at night was like just a non-starter. So that means they're gonna go out in the day. Well, since we're training and fighting them, guess who's out in the day? We are. So now since I got my guys out in the field during the day, I wanna protect them. So what am I doing? Overwatch positions. What time is it? Daytime. And by the way, we killed 99% of the enemy was during the daytime. Because at nighttime, the enemy came out a lot less. So that, and again, one of the big mistakes that I made was I never really explained that outside of my chain of command. Like, so to the teams at large, most of the guys go, oh, what are we doing? Oh, here's why we're doing it. They go, oh, cool. Occasionally, a guy like that doesn't know what was happening, doesn't know how bad it was, couldn't conceive a reason to go out in the daytime, or couldn't conceive how it's possible to kill that many enemy fighters. Bro, they are everywhere. And so I should have done a better job of communicating that aspect of things, but I didn't really recognize it because my chain of command, they knew, and most of the people that were around me that were actually talking to me, they would be like, oh yeah, that makes sense, we get it. Like I said, including the chain of command on both the special operations side and the convention side.
Train for an in-demand diesel career. Get hands-on at Universal Technical Institute with engines, trucks, and equipment. Build real skills for this career path. Real skills for real careers. Visit uti.edu.
But you're going into these events, and the Army's taking casualties, the Marine Corps taking casualties, and I know that at some point we're going to take casualties. And we like I said, we had a couple guys wounded. Cowie was wounded bad, but on August 2nd, that's when Ryan Joe got wounded severely, and he was shot in the face. And I know when you had Leif on the podcast, Leif gave you a pretty detailed description. But you had a guy like Ryan Job, who I had his parents on my podcast. Just, and you can't even describe just what a beam of light. Just tough, funny. Like, we'll literally do anything for you. Just as good as they come. And he gets shot. Thankfully, he had his weapon right up in his cheek, where he's supposed to have it. 3 hours into a clearance operation on a rooftop, and he still is a disciplined machine gunner. He has his weapon up in his cheek, and he single shot hits his rifle, hits his machine gun, and hits him in the face, and just devastating damage to his face. And Leif, they Kazovac him, and this kind of initiates one of the larger battles in the Battle of Ramadi was on August 2nd. And Leif and his guys go back to Kopfeld, which is a combat outpost. And we have a great relationship with the 137, and Leif's great friends with their company commander, Mike Baima. and I'm great friends with Colonel Tedesco. And now they're starting to take heavies out there in the field. It's a big gunfight, and Leif gets Ryan Kazovac, and it didn't look good. Although he did stabilize, but you know, Leif did not think he was gonna make it for a bit. And these guys are back there, and the army, our brothers in the army, said, "Hey, we're taking contact from some of these buildings. We think this is where these insurgents are. Can you help us?" And you know, Leif called me on the radio. He said, "Hey, here's what's happening. The army needs our help. They want us to go hit some buildings." And I'm like, "You good?" He said, "I'm good." I'm like, "Execute." And they went out to hit those buildings. And, you know, it's already, like I said, one of the biggest battles. And, you know, Leif and Tony, and, you know, Tony was the platoon chief down there, and just no hesitation for the boys. Roll out. They softened up the target with the Brads, you know, 25mm chain gun, and I think they went in the first building and cleared it. The second building they go into, and they take fire from the adjacent building. And Mark Lee. Who's another guy that's just all good, like in his whole being. This sword is good. I was in the talk and watching this happen, and I see them carrying on ISR. I see them carrying the guy out. And one of the guys in the talk goes, "Maybe it's an Iraqi." And I actually knew that it wasn't, because I knew that Leif didn't have any Iraqis with him. So I knew it was one of our guys. And Leif gets back to Cop Falcon. He calls me up and he just told me what happened. So one day, I said to him, "This is Charlie 1-4.
I'm sorry, man.
So, got the guys together, you know, get back to base. And, you know, I mentioned General Brown. Came to visit. He came to visit on August 2nd. That was just when the scheduled visit was. And he came to the flight line for the Angel flight. And earlier that morning, you know, one of the Marine elements that we worked with from 3-8, there was a 4th platoon, I think it was Lima Company, and Tony and Leif, and those guys had done a bunch of operations with them and gotten to know them, and their assistant platoon commander, or their platoon commander, you know, he was kind of broing out friends with Tony, because Tony's Tony, you know. And, you know, it's weird, I heard this story from both guys at a later time, but when Tony gets up there and he sees the platoon commander from 4th platoon, and he's like, "Dang, they must have heard about Mark." And the platoon commander told me later that he saw Tony, and he said, "Dang, they must have heard about Joe." Because that morning, Joe Thompson from 3-8, he was killed.
Need a last-minute gift that doesn't feel last minute? Try new 10-minute custom framing at Michaels. Simply upload your photo, choose your frame size and color, and print and frame it while you shop for just $29. It's so fast, you can do it on the way to the party.
Blow-up blocker versus chocolate syrup. Will it blow out? Ta-da! Huggies Little Snuggies, the only leading brand with a front and back blowout blocker.
So, SEALs, Marine, and Army stood there on that flight line and loaded those boys up, go home. And, the war doesn't stop. And that was a shortfall for the SEAL teams out of the 90s. You know, you think you do an operation, and when the operation's over, it's over. And if you lose a guy, well, it doesn't really, I mean, it matters, but the operation's over. But we never really thought about that. Guess what? The Army and Marine Corps, they understood that. We had to learn that immediately.
How are you holding it together?
I had to focus on the job. I had to focus on work. We did the memorial service. Told some stories about Mark at the memorial service. We were in Vegas, and he was like a maniac, dude. Just hilarious. He was gambling. And he would I'd walk through the casino and I'd see him gambling. He'd be like, "Hey, sir, when are the new Cadillacs coming out? I'm winning big over here." Like, he was just that guy. And or if you're playing blackjack with him and the dealer would bust, he'd yell out, "Everybody's a winner," and he'd get the whole casino saying that stuff. So we got to tell some stories about Mark. And then I also remember that day, Seth, he had an operation plan on Eastern Ramadi. And this was like the day Mark got killed, before the memorial service. And he sent me like a Webby, which, for those of you who don't, it's like text messaging. He sends me a Webby. He's like, "Hey, we're not going to do this operation tonight." And I was like, "Hey, you're good to go, man. Like, I understand that, like, chain of command, don't worry, I got it. Like, you're cleared to go." And he's like, no, we're not going to do it. And I said, no, you're cleared. Like, you can do it. And he called me on the field phone. And he's like, "Hey, bro, I don't want to take the guys out right now." I was like, "Oh, got it." He's like, "Guys aren't in the mental state. We need 24 hours. But again, for Seth Stone to be so in tune with his guys, recognizing like they're not in a good psychological position to go out. So he calls me up and tells me like it's a no-go. Like, that's leadership. And it's just devastating, man. It's devastating because, again, Mark, it seemed like Ryan was going to live, and we didn't really know he was going to be blind yet, but it seemed like he would live. And, but Mark, this is, again, just a terrible, undescribable loss. And when you talk to the Army guys, too, it hit all them. Because we were getting after it, and like I told you earlier, when something happened there on the radio, like, everyone would kind of hear it. You might not hear it directly, but if you're in my platoon and you'd hear reports, and if I'm an Army guy and you're my platoon sergeant, and I hear, "Oh, we just got mortared an hour ago," and then I hear on my radio, "Hey, SEALs just took out," or it's like, "TU ramped, engaged 3 mortar men with mortar tubes with 3 rounds of 300 Win Mag resulting in 3 EKIA. Bro, I'm going right over you. I'm like, hey, the SEALs just whacked those dudes. And that happened a lot. And, you know, we had been very lucky. And we had been very lucky for months. And so talking to the Army guys, you know, when Mark got killed, it was like the invincibility was shattered. But the war does continue. And so we stood down for, you know, a day. Did the memorial service the next day.
Hey guys, we have one more.
Give the gift of adventure at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Treasure the magic of the season at Santa's Wonderland with a free fill of receipts at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Your adventure starts here.
As a leader, what do you say to them for them to keep it together?
I told them the truth. And that was that I did not know what to do. Except for one thing. Work. And I knew that every day that we weren't doing our job, there was going to be soldiers and Marines that were going to pay the price for it. And I knew 100% that what Mark would want us to do would go. Go and fight. And by the way, Mark's brother's a Marine. And by the way, Ryan Joby's brother's a Marine.
Oh,
like, you don't think that they want us to go out there and do everything we can? Sestone's brother, Army. Like, this is, there was only one thing to do. Did I know how to mourn? Did I know how to say the right thing about loss and death and life and all those things? No. I'll tell you what, I told them exactly, I don't know what to tell you. All I know is what I know how to do. And that's work. We're going to go back to work, and we're going to take the fight to these Mooj, and we're going to kill as many of them as we can.
With as much loss as you've experienced up to this day, would you have changed anything? Would you have told them anything different?
Maybe. But I don't know that there's anything else to do in a situation like that. I could tell them what we were talking about earlier, like remember, don't dwell on that kind of stuff, but we're all very focused at this time on what's happening. Very, very focused on what's happening. And so I don't know what the broader, life impact of that, could I say some philosophical thing? I don't think so, man. I think I actually said the philosophical thing. We're gonna get back to work. We're gonna get our gear on. We're gonna lock and load our weapons. We're gonna go do what we're supposed to do because we're frogmen.
I can't think of anything better to say, to be honest with you.
Yeah. We're frogmen. This is what we do. This is who we are. This is what every one of us signed up for. This is it.
Do you want to talk about Cowie?
Well, Cowie, he was home, man. Cowie, like I said earlier, he said, let me stay. And I was like, bro, go heal up. And, he wasn't going to heal up. Not in 4 more months or 5 more months. His dude, he took a freaking armor-piercing round to the thing. There was chunks of leg gone. Like, it's a miracle he kept his leg. Props to the Charlie Med, the docs that worked on him, and all the people at Walter Reed or wherever else, Bethesda, like, they kept his leg, man. But it was terrible for Cowie. Cowie wasn't there, And, dude, he wanted to be there. He wanted to be there. He would have given anything to be there.
Yeah.
And then, you get Leif, just the same responsibility that I talked about when it comes to taking ownership of things. Well, there's Leif, man. And Leif is taking ownership of having one of his guys severely wounded and having one of them killed. And me too. Like, this is us. I approved all these operations. I came up with this whole damn idea. And Leif called me. Can we go? And I said yes. Leif came up with this idea, and I said yes. And this is on us. That's the way it is, man. That's the burden of command. That's the way it is. And Leif was devastated, of course. Leif was completely devastated. And, when he talked to me about it, he said something along the lines of, like, I don't know if I made the right decision in going back out there. And I told him there was no decision to make. That's not a decision. There are Army brothers that have gone out over and over again to pull us out of bad situations. And these fellow Americans are asking for our help. That is not a decision. That is what we do. That is what we do, and we do it. Every time. You ever talk to Vietnam guys? Vietnam guys, if it was a platoon in trouble or a down pilot, they were going. Same thing with the Seawolf pilots, by the way. SEAL platoon in trouble, they're going. That's what they're doing. And when our Army brothers are asking us for help, we go. That's not a decision. That is duty. That is being a frogman. And I also told him if we had a crystal ball and we could tell when something bad was going to happen, of course. We wouldn't do that thing, whatever that thing was, but we don't have a crystal ball. And combat is inherently freaking dangerous. And Leif understood that. Leif understood that. It didn't make it any easier for his soul, for his heart that was broken. But he understood. He understood that that's what Mark... when I was talking to Mark's mom the other day, and Mark has had a huge impact now. America's Mighty Warriors, like, is an incredible organization that's helped out so many, not just SEALs, but other people. And she said, if I could talk to Mark and Mark had a chance to go back and not sacrifice his life on that day, but none of this other stuff would have happened, he wouldn't come back. I'm like, I know. So, this is what we do. This is what we sign up for. And that's part of being a frogman. And look, we had some, we had the 80s and the 90s. And man, like there was nothing going on. And Mark was the first, Mark was the first SEAL killed in Iraq. And again, like, why? Well, look at the battle space, man. Look at the battle space. It was a complete war zone. Why did the 11 AD lose that many guys? Why did the first of the 506 lose that many guys? Why did the 137? Why did the 38 Marines? Like, just losses. Why? Well, it was a freaking war zone, man. And the war didn't stop. So it was back to operations. And that's what we did. Got our gear back on, locked and loaded our weapons, and back to the field. Back to conducting these operations. And as far as what did we change? We honestly, there was, after that one, it was like, we were so used to the city, My first deployment to Iraq, we went all over the place. We went all the way from Najaf down south, all the way to Hadith up north. We went east of Baghdad, west of Baghdad. We went out to Ramadi. I was all over the place. This whole deployment, I only left Ramadi one time to go to Balad for one meeting the first 4 days of deployment, and I was back in Ramadi the time. So we knew what was going on. And so we continued to push. And, the guys, every one of those guys, night after night, day after day, jocked up, getting in a Humvee, driving past the damn vehicle graveyard that had 75 or 100 destroyed vehicles in it from IEDs. Out again, out again, out again. The Army, the Marine Corps, and us. It's the way it was.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
It's here, the party shop at Michael's Balloon Bar. Choose from over 700 balloon styles and free helium on select styles. Celebrating is easier than ever. Michael's, everything to celebrate anything.
Fuck, man. Jocko, what were you awarded the Silver Star for?
Well, just this deployment.
The whole deployment?
Basically this deployment, yeah.
How did the deployment end?
Well, we continued to push operations. We continued to eliminate enemy fighters. We saw the beginning of the Anbar Awakening, which was an incredible process that took place. And again, I think General McFarland and I talked about it for a long time on the podcast I did with him. But the local populace began to turn against the insurgents, which was the goal. And as this happened, we started seeing, intel would come in that there's enemy fighters in this area, or there's a enemy fighter in this area, or there's a group of IED makers over here. So we started pushing. When I say we, like coalition forces, we started really pushing and taking it to the enemy. We had started really pushing some good operations and eliminating a lot of bad guys. And we were getting towards the end of deployment. And again, man, I'm just talking about this, my guys, but there are so many stories, there was so much loss there and so much heroism there. You're hearing one person. I've had a bunch of guys on my podcast that were everybody from brigade commander, company commanders, battalion commanders, and gunners and medics to tell their little tiny part of the story. Their little tiny part of the story, you know? The brigade reconnaissance element. Dan Pinion, he was like the sergeant major, and like they had the heaviest casualties of any group, any company-sized element. He has a guy named Marquise Quick that jumped on a grenade to save some of his other teammates, and like it kind of just happened and almost got overlooked, and they're trying to get him the Medal of Honor now. But that's a one, and I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that until he came on my podcast and told me about it. And I didn't know about it. So my point in saying all this, man, is I'm giving you like a little fraction of my view. And I had 40 SEALs in Ramadi. And I just want you and everybody to know that there was companies and platoons from the Army and the Marine Corps that were out there all day, every day, and they were taking the fight to the enemy, and they did an outstanding job, and they suffered insane casualties over and over and over again. And I've tried to tell as many people as I can about that. There's a reunion coming in Texas, January 16th, 2026, the 20-year reunion of Ramadi. It's January 16th and 17th. But I hope that as many people that were there can go to that.
That is fucking cool.
Yes, and it's General McFarland is leading it, and there was just so much heroism in that city, and to be able to witness some of it with my guys and with other groups, it's amazing to look back on. So much sacrifice and such incredible Americans. Yeah, it's humbling to think about.
Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back. More chicken strips, Monterey Jack, buffalo, and ranch saucy goodness. We had to go wide to fit it all in. That might be too far. There you go. Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich, only at Whataburger.
And so as this deployment for us is now starting, we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And one of the things that I did on my last deployment, I always figured I never would tell someone like, hey, this is the last stop, because I think that's bad luck. I didn't want them to freak out. I didn't mind bad luck, but I didn't want everyone else to feel bad luck. So we were getting kind of towards the end of deployment, and Seth, who, is just incredible, and he's out there, he's in Corregidor, and his guys, and they do an operation in support of the 1st of 506th, who again, can't say enough good things about the 1st of 506th, the battalion commander, the company commanders, their company sergeants, their E-dogs, I mean, just awesome. And I think part of this is when you get into like a real fight like this, dude, everyone is just like wants to help out, and if you can help out, I'm thankful. And Seth and his guys had been out there with the 1st of 506 for pretty much the entire deployment for them, and they planned an operation, set it 2 Overwatch positions, mutually supporting Overwatch positions down in the Malab district, South Malab district. And Seth was in one Overwatch position, and the other Overwatch position got attacked. They were getting attacked through the morning, you know? Like RPGs, small arms fire, things were starting to escalate. And somebody through dead space, like, got close enough to throw a grenade, and threw a grenade. And Mikey Mansour, who, again, just as solid as they come, man. As solid as they come. He saw the grenade, yelled out grenade. The way he was positioned on that rooftop, he was the one that could have gotten away from it. He could have left his guys exposed, but instead he jumped on it. The other guys were wounded bad though, and called over to Seth, and Seth assembled his guys, left his Iraqis there, left their gear there, just brought their, their primary kit, rolled over, fought their way to that position, and then, got that under control, organized, and got them Kazavak'd out, and got back to base, Camp Corregidor, and then Seth had to take some of his guys that could still function mentally back to get the Iraqis and back to get the gear. So, Seth just stepping up, and it was the battalion commander. He called me up and told me, hey, because I could hear what was happening over the radio. But once they were out of the field, he called me and he said, gave me a sit rep on the guys. One guy was like pretty good to go. Two guys were wounded. They were gonna get medevaced, and he said he didn't think Mikey was gonna make it. He said they were doing CPR on him. I didn't think he was going to make it.
When the Secret Santa named Santa Gets himself, he wanted something the workshop didn't have on the shelf. He compared some self-care with Google search AI mode. His cheeks weren't just rosy, they practically glowed.
We're talking classic QT treats like coffee, pizza, or donuts, ready to make your taste buds sing carols of joy. Plus exclusive deals from your favorite brands. With the new supplies waiting for you every day, your phone will be stuffed with more treats than your stocking. QT's Holidays. Open the QT app for your daily gift.
So it was, I immediately knew that he jumped on a grenade, and I talked to the guys once they got to Germany, the guys that had been Kazavak'd, and they told me, and they were like sending me sketches of what happened immediately, and so it was like about as clear of a Medal of Honor action that you could think of. And luckily, like I said, for Dan Pinion and his guy Marquise Quick, they were in the middle of deployment. For me, we were almost done. So started putting that award together. And
did you write that award?
Seth did, and he got the input from Mike and Doug, who were like, and Benny, who were the guys that were saved. And yeah, he put it together. He started writing it, and then I chopped it, edited it or whatever. But yeah, it was You know, and talking to Mikey's sister, he's like, I mean, many conversations over the years, but one of the things that always stuck with me was she was just like, it was not a surprise. Meaning, like, it's like, it's not a surprise. You think he's gonna, what do you think he's gonna do? Save his teammates or save himself? We weren't surprised by it.
It's fucking incredible, man.
Yep. I mean, the families of those guys are just all just amazing people. And, you know, that maybe a day later, Seth had to come, he needed to come talk to me about something. And like, I remember it was to get from Camp Corregidor to Camp Ramadi was down Route Michigan, which was like not a good place to drive down.
It's not pee.
And
it's not the sound.
He came to see me, and when he did, the battalion commander sent him in a section of tanks. To make sure he'd be all right, you know. And that's, you know, that's why that bond with those guys is so strong, you know. The just being in that battle space with those guys, and what they would do for us was just so, like, you could just tell that they cared about us as much as we cared about them. And you know, they put Mikey Monsoors on the first of the 506 on their memorial wall. The guys that they lost, he's one of them.
Wow.
Okay, guys, we have one more.
And now, at this point in the platoon, in the deployment, you know, that was September 29th, and we were kind of running low on guys, man. But we kept doing whatever we could do. Guys from Team 5 showed up, and man, they were fired up, man. And I remember telling those guys, like, to their task unit, their whole task unit, you will take casualties, which is a horrible thing to say. And I'm looking at them, and it's like, as you're looking at them, you're like, I don't know if they really believe me. And those guys, God bless them, man, they went to Mikey Monsoor's funeral. They went to Mark Lee's funeral. But they had just gone to Mikey's funeral. They were showing up maybe a week or two later, like their Advon. And yeah, but they were, man, they were fired up. And we turned over the best we possibly could with those guys. And you know so much. And you just can't, like, download enough information. I remember I was like, I don't know, maybe this before Mikey got killed, but we were doing some big clearance operation, and I'm like, ended up in some rear security while we're doing clearance, but we had done the clearance. Now we're moving back, and I'm in this, you know, just like a nug.
I realize it's 9:30.
Because I'm out there, but I'm out there kind of just to be out there. You know, Leif and Tony have got it, but I'm watching as the platoon is like moving through the streets, and you think, these freaking guys are good right now. Like, it was a very awesome thing to be witness to. And the reputation, you know, that we had earned was, like, I could see it, I could feel it. The way the Army treated us, the way the Marine Corps treated us, it was, like, it was awesome.
It's fucking incredible, man. Like I have to say, it is fucking incredible. I mean, the deployment that you had, the losses that you took, the action that you saw, the lives that you guys took. I mean, it's a fucking hard deployment, and I just want to commend you, all you guys, man. I mean, you know, from an outsider looking in, you know, you see, especially nowadays, I mean, we were kind of talking about this morning. I mean, you see a lot of, you just see so much of fucking animosity within the veteran community. It's a real fucking shame. And, man, like, the Tasking and Bruiser guys, man, you guys are fucking tight. I mean, I'm not aware of any. You guys just seem really tight. And, you know, to have a deployment like that, with that kinetic, it's the loss that you guys have experienced, and the respect, you know, that your guys have for you and that you have for them is truly fucking unmatched.
It was an honor. It was the boys, you know.
I've never seen anything like it.
When you asked me if I kind of knew what was happening in my first deployment, like I was in Baghdad, we were doing DAs, and I was like, yeah, I knew. And on this deployment, I really knew. Like every day, I knew that every day this was the highlight of my life. This was the most thing. This was the highlight of my life. I knew it every single day. I knew it every time I went out. Every time I saw the boys off, I knew that this was the most important thing I would do in my life, was this. And, you know, one thing that I leaned on, because, you know, there's the whole political aspect of this thing of like, oh, why were we there? What was it worth? All that kind of thing. And one of the things that the brigade commander said to me as I was leaving, and, you know, we had a 4-minute brigade meeting. Of a 30-minute brigade meeting, he spent 3 minutes talking to me and you know, kind of saying, hey, this group of SEALs is leaving us. The Tasking and Bruiser guys are gone. And, you know, he presented me with this like wooden tank that they had made, like a cool little sculpture of a wooden tank, which, by the way, the guy that was in charge of getting those tanks made was one of the brigade staff who was killed in combat. He said, your guys have hundreds of my soldiers and Marines alive. And when I got home and I talked to Mark's mom, I talked to Mikey's mom, and talked to Ryan's mom, that's the one thing that I felt I could indisputably tell them about their sons. Politics, Iraq, Al-Qaeda, whatever. Your sons made sure that hundreds of American soldiers and Marines were able to go home to their families. And by the way, those soldiers and Marines made sure that my SEALs were able to come home to their families. Because the Kazovacs and the QRFs and the fire support was all them, every single time. And tanks, they lost 9 main battle tanks. So you think they're doing okay? Like, I'm happy they sent Seth Stone down to see me in a section of tanks, but we lost 9 tanks when we were there. And those guys sent those tanks out, and those Bradleys out, and those soldiers and Marines over and over again to support my guys, Kazovac my guys, extract my guys, fire support for my guys, over and over and over again. And the fact that we were able to repay that in some way, killing IED emplacers, killing mortarmen, killing RPG and machine gunners for enemy. It's at least, I know that that's meaningful. I know it's meaningful.
Thanks for sticking with me on that, man. You want to take a break? Sure. Let's take a break.
So I could have either or leave.
All right, Jocko, we're back from the break. Nice shoot, man.
Oh, right on.
Nice shooting. But, so we're wrapping up Task Unit Bruiser's deployment, and, you know, one thing I wanted to ask is, and I think, you know, throughout the 4 or 5 hours I've been interviewing you, I think I know, but I'm curious what your perspective is. Why do you think that your men have such a deep respect for you as a leader?
Yeah, it's what I said earlier. You know, I treated them with respect. I listened to what they had to say. I put my trust in them, and when you give those things to people, they give them back. You know, it's not a guarantee. They could be a nefarious bad person, you know, and that happens. But those guys, they were just, you know, it's what the teams, for me, was always supposed to be, and what it was. You know, that is the teams to me. When I think about the teams, best job ever, best guys ever, and all my platoons, I had like just great people, and yeah, I think, you know, kind of, everything for me was kind of a bonus. Like, you know, I enlisted in the Navy when I was 18 years old, you know, and now I'm an officer. I hadn't even been to college. Like, that's a pretty cool bonus. And now I get to lead troops in combat. That's a pretty cool bonus. Now I'm in Iraq. That's a bonus. Task Bruiser in an incredible war zone. It's just all a bonus. And my point in saying all that was, it wasn't like I was going to be admiral. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to be admiral. Well, I mean, I guess I could have been admiral, but that wasn't my goal. That was never really something I thought so much about. My career was really about just being with the teams.
About the fucking job.
Yeah. And
same reason you do it.
Yes. And I get it. You know, it's another thing when I was the admiral's aide, I saw what the admiral did, you know, and he had a great attitude. You know, on September 11th, I think he started his job at the Pentagon as an acquisitions officer. And one thing he told me, he said, when September 11th happened, checking my job as the acquisitions officer, last job in the world I wanted to do, you know, because he probably got in the teams in 1976 or something. No Vietnam. I don't think no Gulf War. And now this big war starts, and he's in the Pentagon doing acquisitions. And he said, "You know what, Jocko?" I said, "This is my fault." And he was like, and that's what he did. And I think that attitude, regardless of where you are, you know, sometimes I get people that were in the military, they didn't deploy to combat. And they're like borderline ashamed about it. And I'm like, hey man, you signed that dotted line, and you did what your country needed you to do. So, you know, thank you for your service. But yeah, for me, I think that I really just love the teams, and the teams every day. It was awesome.
Why did you decide to separate? I mean, I think you kind of just said it, but the reason I'm asking, Jocko, is, you know, to have, and I mean this in the best, most respectable way. It is a real fucking shame for the SEAL teams, for the Navy, for the United States to lose a leader like you. And so, and, you know, there's a lot of frustrations. I think, you know, there always has been, there always will be, right? There's a lot of frustrations, but especially in the last 8 years, you know, there's a lot of frustration within, you know, the military ranks. I hear it. I'm sure you fucking hear it all the time too. And you know, it seems like the best leaders, in my opinion, always wind up leaving early.
It can definitely happen. I mean, we do have some amazing leaders in the SEAL teams. But, you know, for me personally, so I get done with that task. I come back. The admiral who, you know, I had worked for was still in charge. And, you know, he was on the plane when we landed. And he told me later that he's like, when he got on the plane, because he got on the plane, like the plane lands, he got on the plane, his family are outside. And he said when he saw me on the plane, he was like, oh, like, uh-oh. Because, bro, we were, you know, we were in the game. And, you know, at a certain point, you don't care about anything else. You know what I mean? And I was definitely at that by a long shot. And, you know, of course, respectful to the admiral, said hi and thanks for coming. And I got off and I saw my family, and he said, when I saw your family, I was like, oh, he's gonna be fine. And so he also said, what do you want to do? Like, it was awesome. You know, and when Mark died, I talked to him. When Ryan was wounded, like he was just awesome, supporting. And again, my whole chain of command, the Commodore, the Admiral, my commanding officer, like everyone, the senior enlisted guys, because I knew all the senior enlisted master chiefs as well, and everyone was just very, very supportive. And so when I got done with that deployment, he said, where do you want to go? And I knew where I wanted to go, because Ramadi was not over yet. And we saw like a glimpse of change, but they did some of the heaviest fighting after we left. And so I knew, because I was in training cell at SEAL Team 1, and when I was in training cell at SEAL Team 1, I learned so much, and it was so important. I realized how important it was to train, and then having my guys, Leif and Seth and the rest of the JOs and the E-Dogs, like bringing them up in the teams. I knew that I needed to do that for more guys. And so I knew that the one place that I could do that was going to TRADET. And so I said to the boss, the Admiral, I said, you know, I want to go to the TRADET. And he said, cool. And he gave me orders to TRADET. And when I got there, it was exactly, you know, what I knew it was. You know, I knew that we had guys, and you know, we got home October 21st. Or when we left Ramadi October 21st, the guys from Team 5 that are depicted in the movie Warfare, that happened November 19th. So, you know, we had just left, and those guys got blown up, and yeah, Elliot and Joe, you know, got severely wounded, which was horrible. But I knew that that's what I needed to prepare guys for, and I knew that there was no better place to do that than TRADET. And so that's what I did. I went to TRADET, and you know, it really turned out to be even better than I thought it was going to be, because now I have so much context in my head about leadership, about combat leadership, about the big army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the battle space, everything from CQC to recons, just every type of operation that we could do. I felt pretty good about it. And so I went in there and started teaching leadership and started running training, and it was awesome. It was awesome to be a part of. It was awesome to be a part of. And it was a little weird too. Like we'd be doing mount training, urban training, and I'd be watching and I'd see like some new guy standing in the middle of the street, and I would get like a sick knot in my stomach, and I would like go over to him and like, bro, get out of the street, and you'll get shot out here. And like I really,
fuck, man.
Yeah, it was definitely, it was perfect place for me to be, because I cared about the guys more than anything, and I just had a bunch of experience with this exact thing that everyone was going to do. So, that's what I did. And when you asked me about why I ended up retiring, so I showed up there and I was probably at like 17 years or something like that. And, it's just, okay, this is what we're doing next, do this for a while. And then I started, there's one thing that I didn't like when I came home from deployment. When I was gone on that deployment to Ramadi, when I left on my first deployment to Iraq, when I left, my son couldn't crawl. When I got home, he could crawl and he could walk. That sucks. In Ramadi, and I also, of course, you miss all the holidays, whatever. But then when I got home from Ramadi, he could swim. I remember asking my wife, like, who taught him how to swim? And she's like, oh, it was, one of the lifeguards down at the base. And I'm like, dude, I'm a frogman, and someone else taught my son how to swim. That sucks. So that was like a little deposit in the back of my head. And, I was at Trade Ed, and just, we're gone all the time at Trade Ed. And as I started to, and I got, I had the luckiest career ever. I got deep selected 04. Like everything had always gone well for me in my Navy career, from, being selected for the Seaman Admiral program in the first place, which was probably because I was Sailor of the Year, SEAL Team 1 when I was E5. Like, I was on a very good trajectory. But I also looked at it and I was like, okay, what's my next billet? And you started looking at the billets, and like, there weren't jobs that I was super excited to go do. And then I was thinking, well, okay, what's after that job? And it turned out, when I measured it out, I was about 7 years at that time from being a SEAL Team CO. And now, fast forward a little bit, because I'd come home from Ramadi, the war still going, but now it had started to like draw down. And I'm like, man, I could hold on for 7 more years. By that time, it was like 5 more years. And then what will I be doing? Okay, but I love the teams. But what about these people that live in your house? Who are these people that live in your house? And why don't they really know you? So I just ran the numbers mentally on what that was. And I just decided I'd done 20 years. I'm gonna go focus on my family. I did not focus on my family when I was in the SEAL teams at all. The teams I was married to the teams. And my wife and family came second, and that's not, I think I needed to give something to them. Maybe if I'd been more balanced, maybe I could have sorted it out, but I wasn't very balanced. I was in the teams, and I love the teams. And I felt like, yeah, if I can't give the teams everything, then it's probably not gonna be the best thing.
Do you still battle with that decision?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. When did you retire?
2010.
Fuck.
15 years.
15 years. You're still battling that decision.
Yep.
Why?
The teams gave me everything.
You gave the teams everything.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing better than going to work in the teams. You know, you and I just got all giddy going out to dump some rounds out there. You know what I mean? You and me were kind of like in a different, like we were like a couple kids out there. And you and I used to do that all day, every day until we were sick of it.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah. And it was hard because I had to go tell my chain of command. And it was hard for me to go tell the admiral. Go tell the commodore. Then tell my teammates. You know, that sucked. Because you're a quitter. You know? And I was not a quitter, and now I'm gonna quit. When I left Team 1, they used to say if you got out of the teams, you're a quitter, right? And I said, when I left Team 1, I said, because I was an enlisted guy and I was going to become an officer, and I said, hey, the only thing worse than a quitter is a traitor. And I'm now going to the dark side, you know? But yeah, quitting the teams was bad. But at the same time, I remember cleaned out my cage the last day and had great time at Tradet. And, it was, that's when Ryan Jobe, who had been wounded so bad, he died from complications from his medical stuff. That was while I was at Tradet. And, again, that was one of those things where it almost like hooked me back in, because just knowing that Ryan, he's another guy, like he was blind, bro. And I talked to him on the phone. He's like, can I come back? He wants to come back to Ramadi. He can't see. He wants to come back to Ramadi. Like, this is the kind of guy that I'm going to abandon right now to get out of the Navy and do some other whatever. Like, nothing else matters. So that was, another thing that kind of almost hooked me. But again, I'd go home and see my kids, see my son. You have 3 daughters, I had 3 daughters and 1 son at this point. You go home and see them, and they're like, "Oh, what's your name again?" Or "Who are you again?" Like, that is an equal thing that's starting to pull.
How old was your oldest?
She was born in 1999, so she was 11.
Wow.
Yeah. And my youngest doesn't even no. My son can remember because I would he was on training trips as a young kid. As like a little kid. He was hucking grenades and shooting machine guns and paintballs
awesome.
And all that stuff. So he remembers all that stuff.
Did you have a tough time integrating in with your family?
Not really.
Did they have a tough time integrating with you?
Not really.
That's good. You don't hear that very often.
Yeah, I always left my work at work. I always tell police officers and military people, take your uniform off when you go home. Don't leave it on. Take it off and put on a pair of, for me it's flip-flops, surf shorts and a t-shirt, and be in that mode as opposed to keeping your uniform on. So I felt like it was pretty, yeah. And another weird thing that always freaked out Leif and Seth is I never swore in front of my family. Yeah. I would, and meanwhile in the teams, every third word was an F-bomb. And I'd come home and just never swear. Because it was almost like I had a mental deviation when I went home and I was that guy. And then at work, I was the team guy.
Man, I wish I could do that. Maybe I can. Try harder.
I'm a geology major, a real rocker. This paper is the last thing standing between me and break. I need to crush it. Oh, and our first show is tonight. Luckily, Grammarly has got my back, making my process way faster and my writing way better. Perfect. Much bolder.
Get it? Because boulders are rocks. What time is the show? What time is it?
It's here, the new party shop at Michael's. With just one tap on the app, you'll find hundreds of new party supplies and over 700 balloon styles. Michaels, everything to celebrate anything.
But I mean, did you struggle with the transition? I mean, we both know a lot of guys struggle with the transition. Did you have any plan when you got out?
Didn't really have. My plan was to surf, train jiu-jitsu, and hang out with my wife and kids. That was my plan.
That's a good plan.
And you know, and then I opened a jiu-jitsu gym. So I figured I'd be able to teach jiu-jitsu and hang out, surf with my kids, surf. That's what my plan was. Probably about 6 months before I retired, I had a friend that owned a big company, and he asked me to come and talk to his executive team about leadership. And I knew him from jiu-jitsu. I was like, yeah, cool. And I went up and I gave like the kind of leadership brief that I gave to the SEAL platoons. And I think in his mind, I was going to get up and be like, hey, you need to do push-ups or whatever. And all of a sudden, I'm talking about decentralized command and taking ownership and prioritizing and executing all these things. And then they start Q&A and they start asking me about leadership, and I'm answering all these questions. And by the time I got done, he's like, I want you to talk to every division I have in my company. And I was like, well, I'm retiring, and, you know, and he's like, I will pay you. And I was like, well, he's like, oh, let's make a deal. I said, okay. So I started going around talking to all of his divisions, and at one of those divisional meetings, the CEO of the parent company was there. And the guy came up to me afterwards and said, I want you to come talk to all my CEOs. And he owned like 45 or 50 companies at the time. I went and did that, and then it just started happening. And I eventually was getting like business, you know? And Leif had gotten out of the Navy. Leif had gotten out of the Navy, and he was like kind of considering going to law school, I think, at the time. And his wife was, you know, gainfully employed at Fox News. And, you know, I was like, hey man, I need some fire support over here. And he's like, I want to do a leadership company. And I kind of talked about it with him before, because when I started talking to these civilian companies, I realized everything I had learned about leadership applied to all leadership. It wasn't unique to combat. It was leadership was leadership. And once I realized that I had something that would be useful for a lot of people. And so then, like I said, it just grew word of mouth, and from there, this is kind of how all this stuff eventually happened, because as Leif and I would talk to different companies, and they would come up afterwards and be like, hey, do you have this stuff written down anywhere? Do you have a pamphlet you can give us? And so we wrote it down, and then I think one of Leif's wife's friends or something was a literary agent, was like, this could be a book type thing. And so we wrote a book proposal, and yeah, the book agent shopped it around, and one of the people, I think the fourth or fifth person at St. Martin's Press was like, we'll take it. And so we wrote the book, and, you know, the book came out, and it really did well. So
yeah, it did.
Yeah.
It did really fucking well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man. And then, I mean, you've created, I think I counted 7 businesses. I'm probably off, but am I off? You got the podcast, Extreme Ownership, the kids book, which is going to be a movie, Origin, Jocko Fuel. Yeah. Fuck, what am I missing?
Jocko Publishing.
Yeah. The soccer club.
Yeah,
the jiu-jitsu gym.
Yeah,
there's 8.
True. Yeah, that's true. Get some stuff.
You lost count.
Yeah. Yeah. I look at it, and people ask me about this. So the podcast thing, you know, I went on Tim Ferriss's podcast, and when we got done, he said, hey dude, you should start a podcast. And then I went on, Joe Rogan heard that podcast and was like, invited me on his podcast. And this was 2015. Like, podcasts weren't really a thing yet.
Yeah, you are an OG podcaster.
Yeah.
I mean, way before anybody even knew what the hell it was.
Yeah. I think the numbers at the time, there was about 15% of the population of America was listening to podcasts. I don't know if it's 100% now, but it's pretty much everybody. But I went on Rogan in the middle of Rogan's show. He's like, you should start a podcast. Of course, Rogan tells that to everybody. But he told me that, and I said, all right. So I got Tim Ferriss and Joe Rogan, like two massive podcasts, are telling me I should start a podcast. So I talked to my buddy Echo Charles, and I said, do you know how to do this? And he said, I'll figure it out. And then next day he came back and was like, all right, I know how to do this. And I said, cool. He said, can I be on it? And I said, what are you going to do? And he said, you be Jocko and I'll be Normal. And I was like, okay, cool. And so that's how the podcast started. And once the podcast started, it was just people would ask me about, you know, what kind of stuff. And I was like, well, here's what I would like to use, you know? And why don't I make what I like? And then people would ask me about jiu-jitsu gis, and there was a company up in Maine, you know, New England, where I'm from, and this guy Pete was up there making jiu-jitsu gis 100% in America, and I was like, get those kind of gis, because those are American made. And I ended up linking up with him, and Origin kind of took off, and Jocko Fuel kind of took off, and it was just, yeah. And then the kids' books were somewhere in there, you know. I was trying to get my son was not like a reader, right? He was a little kid. So I went to try and find him like something that he might be interested in, right? And I picked up this book. It was like a pirate book. And I was like, cool, you know, pirates. A young boy isn't going to be into pirates. And I read this book. And it was the lamest, weakest, most pathetic pirates ever. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to read this to myself. And I decided I'll write my own books for kids. And so, and the idea of the first Warrior Kid book was just like immediately in my mind. The whole thing, like start to finish, I had the whole thing in my mind almost immediately. And it's a real, it seems obvious, right? Like there's a kid, like all kids, who can't do any pull-ups, doesn't know his times tables, doesn't know how to swim, and he's getting picked on by the school bully, right? You go to any kid in the world, they've got one of those problems or a problem like those problems. And so I put those problems in the book, and then I brought in a character, Uncle Jake, who's a SEAL, who is gonna come stay with, you know, the family for the summer, and he's gonna teach this kid how to fight, how to eat right, how to exercise, how to study, and how to swim. And that's the first book. And you know, the feedback of all the things that I'm currently doing, getting feedback from like a 10-year-old kid that writes me a letter and says, I did my first pull-up, or I got an A on this math test, or I started training jiu-jitsu and I did my first competition. Those are the most epic things to receive.
I love that, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, I shouldn't say that. There is a lot of guidance out there in the world right now. Not a lot of it is good guidance, you know? And so the values that kids should be receiving, in many cases, they're not receiving. So I tried to give it to them in a fun way. They're funny books, but they're powerful too.
When did the first one come out?
I think it was 2017, because I was almost done writing it as Extreme Ownership was coming out.
Okay. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
You're touching a lot of people. I know you know that. I would venture to guess that it's hard to grasp that.
God dang it.
But you're a huge motivation. And I hear about you all the time. And it's, man, I just it's fucking cool what you're doing. You're pumping a lot of good into the world. You're pumping a lot of what people need into the world, whether that's adults or children. And man, there's just that many great role models for young people to look up to these days. And you're one of them, and that's fucking cool.
Well, like I said, I had some great role models in the teams, and left me with some, especially the guys that I lost. Those guys were just great role models. And sometimes people ask like if having kids made you more nervous about going to war, and for me it didn't. Like I felt like happy that I had kids. And Mikey and Mark, they didn't have kids, man. And it's it breaks my heart. And luckily Ryan, Ryan, before he died, his wife got pregnant, and that's just awesome to see. But passing on what example those guys were. And the character in this book right here, the Warrior Kid book, the main character is named Mark. And there's another book I wrote for kids called Mikey and the Dragons, and clearly the main character in that book is named Mikey. And so those guys doing my best to make sure that people remember them and learn some of those things that represent their values of what they were like as people. So it's an honor to be able to share their memories and make sure that their names are never forgotten.
And this is turning into a movie.
Yes, it is. Yes, the movie has been filmed, and it will be coming out next year.
That's awesome. Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting experience to see, and a pretty awesome experience.
Is it an animation or?
Nope, it's real people.
No kid. Are you in it?
I am in it. Yep.
Fuck yeah, man. That's awesome.
I'm in it, but I don't play Uncle Jake. Uncle Jake is played by Chris Pratt. So, and Uncle Jake and Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt's just such a great guy. He's an unbelievable guy. Just the first time I met him, I was going to UFC with Jack Carr and some of the other actors from the Terminal List. It was like the promotion for the Terminal List, and I didn't know Chris Pratt at all. But I'm kind of like going and I'm gonna meet this Hollywood guy or whatever, and just super humble, super nice, super cool, self-deprecating humor, and super charismatic. Like there's a reason why that guy is who he is. Funny, charismatic, just cool. And so I was really stoked. And what happened was we were kind of connected through Jared, who was training him to get him in shape for Terminal List. And while he was training him, he was giving him Jocko Tool. And so he really liked Taste of Jocko Tool and how it impacted him, got him in shape for that movie. And then he also was like wearing Origin clothes because he's a patriotic guy. He wanted American made, because now Origin makes jeans and t-shirts and hoodies and boots, and we make everything. And he wanted to support America. And then he had a little break in between movies. And he was talking to his business people, and they're like, hey, you need to find some more sponsors and this kind of thing. And he goes, why am I out looking for sponsors when I like Jocko Fuel and I like Origin? Why don't I connect with Jocko? Because he met me I met that guy. He seemed nice enough or whatever. So he called me and he said, hey man, and I was like in the mountains, and he said, hey, do you want to do something with Jocko Fuel and Origin? And I'm like, sure, it's pretty awesome. And so we ended up connecting on that. And as our business teams were working through the business deal to kind of figure out what that looked like, I had been starting down the process of making the movie with a guy from Hollywood who had walked into his kid's bedroom and his kids were doing push-ups. And he's like, what are you guys doing? They're like, we want to be warriors. We want to be warrior kids. He's like, what are you talking about? And he gave the kids, gave their dad, this guy Ben Everard, the book and said, like, we want to be warrior kids like this guy. So he reads the book and he's like, oh, I gotta get this turned into a movie. And so he, friend of a friend of a friend, searched me out, came to my gym. And I had been offered like to buy the movie rights to Warrior Kid, like maybe 4 or 5 times, but that's a real weird thing anyways. But he came down to my gym and set up a meeting with me and said, I want to talk to you about this. And he like got the vision, saw the vision. So he and I had we'd gotten the screenplay written from a screenplay writer named Will Staples. So we kind of started moving. Meanwhile, I'm talking to Chris Pratt about Origin and Jocko Fuel, right? And Ben is like, you got to get Chris this script. And I'm like, dude, I am not giving Chris the script. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Because he was like a friend, you know? I'm not like at the time, I didn't know him that well, but he was like a friend. And I just...
You didn't want to ask him for shit.
Bro, I don't want to ask him. You know how many people these
Could you
yeah, hey, can I... So I just didn't. I'm like, I'm not giving it to him. Well, my business team had told his business team, yeah, well, you know, he's making this movie. And they're like, well, what movie is he making? He's making a kid's movie, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, well, where's it at? Well, he's got the screenplay. So they give, my business team gives his business team the screenplay. And they read it. And they're like, okay, this is good. And they gave it to Chris's film manager. And it's a woman named Julie. And I found this out later. They called Julie Dr. No because she says no to everything. And so, but she got this script and she read it. And when I met her for the first time, the first big meeting we had about trying to make this happen, she was in the room and she met me. She was super cool. She's like, my dad listens to you, or my husband listens to your podcast, my kid listens to your podcast. Like she knew kind of the background. And she said, I got done reading this script. I wiped the tears from my eyes and I sent it to Chris and said, you better make this movie.
No shit.
And then Chris said, yeah, I read the script and I was like, okay, we're going to do this. And then I wish it was as easy as I just said it, because then, you know, the cool thing is Chris and I shook hands. We're going to do this. And that handshake encompassed Origin, encompassed Jocko Fuel, and it encompassed the movie. Yeah. And 2 guys, we shook hands. And that handshake held the whole thing together. Because, bro, you get into this Hollywood and lawyers and ownership, and it was crazy. But that handshake and, you know, him being a good person and a man of his word and me being a man of my word. And despite all the chaos, we got through, and now Chris is like a part owner of Jocko Fuel, part owner of Origin USA, and he plays Uncle Jake in the movie Way of the Warrior Kid.
That is awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a story.
Yeah. It's... I can't wait for it to come out.
When does it come out?
Sometime next year.
Okay.
You know, it's weird, but the way they make movies, and the time it takes for them to then edit and assemble it, and then the advertisement of it, the marketing of it takes months and months. And so, you know, they want it to be released in a big season, you know, because they think it's going to be a big movie, because I've seen it, you know, not a fully edited version, but I've seen it, and it's awesome. It is awesome.
Congratulations.
It'll make you laugh. It'll make you cry. It's really powerful.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Man, that's what I'm talking about, man. I mean, everybody... I don't talk to anybody that's happy about what's going on in Hollywood, what's being pumped into the theaters, what's on Netflix. Nobody. And so to see, like, something like that, you know what I mean, come out, that's like... I mean, that's a feat in itself, you know, and then, you know... Congratulations.
Yeah, it was, Skydance eventually came in. It's Skydance and Apple. And you're right, it's a movie that we haven't seen this type of movie in a long time. The kind of movie that's going to, leave that impact on. And I'm telling you, like everyone in the family. The parents will love it, the kids will love it. Yeah, it's
Old school family, good entertainment that you're probably going to learn something from.
Yes, indeed.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue? And what's something impressive I can grill that I don't have to stand right next to the whole time?
Just ask Google.
So, yeah, kudos to you. Let's talk about Origin. That's a fucking awesome company.
Yeah, it really is, man. It really is. And, growing up in New England in the 70s and 80s, and this is when everything was being sold overseas. All the big corporations just took and gutted all the American factories, literally took the machines out of them and sold them overseas, and started making stuff overseas so that they could make more money for the corporate headquarters. And it just gutted a lot of New England. It gutted a lot of the Southeast. The textile mills just got annihilated. And I mentioned this earlier, but when I had the podcast and I was talking to people about jiu-jitsu a lot, and people were asking where should I get a jiu-jitsu gi, and I had seen this company Origin. This guy Pete Roberts was up there, and he was making these gis in America, 100% in America. And so I started telling everyone, hey, if you got to get a gi, get an Origin gi. And I started trying to reach out to him to see if I could meet him and find out what's going on. And I had never heard back from him. And finally I was on Facebook Live, and somebody asked me, hey, what kind of gi should I get? And I said, yeah, get an Origin gi. Go to Origin, I think it was Origin Maine at the time. OriginMaine.com, and that guy makes stuff in America. And I said, and by the way, if anyone here can find that guy, I said his name is Pete, tell him I want to talk to him. And a woman that was on that, who I since got to know, named Sarah, used her contacts and got in touch with him and said, hey, there's this guy Jocko, he wants to talk to you. He's got a huge podcast. And Pete says, what's a podcast? Because he's up in Maine.
That's awesome.
So eventually, we link up and we have a conversation, and I can see, he's just a patriotic guy that's trying to rebuild manufacturing in America. I flew up to Maine. Same thing, as a matter of fact, we had a steak and we had a handshake, and we teamed up. And basically he had this ability to manufacture, and I had an ability to talk to people. And so those two things together were like a perfect storm. When we joined forces, I want to say there was 6 employees at Origin making it. It was something like 100 garments a week. And right now we've got almost 500 employees, and we make 15,000 to 20,000 garments a week. Yeah. So it's a totally different ballgame. And it's awesome because, we had lost the ability to manufacture in America, and the corporations just lied. Because they'd say, we can't do this in America. They would literally say, we can't make this in America. We can't do that. This is America. You tell me we can't make things in America. This is how we won wars. This is how we won World War II. We made stuff in America. So don't tell me we can't make a pair of jeans in America. Just like they've been saying for the past 10 years that we can't make any of these electronic components in America. Well, look who's coming back now, right? So it's an awesome company. We're going to continue to grow. It's hard. It's very hard, especially because we're so strict about American made. So, you got to get the cotton. Where's the cotton coming from?
Where's literally everything?
Literally everything. The zipper, the boots, these rivets, everything that we sold, the thread is 100% made in America. And if we can't find a component that's made in America, we'll either make it ourselves or we'll find someone that we can convince to make it. Wow. You have to hold the standard. And it's good to see. Other people are coming back to America now. Good. Bring it back. This is what we should be doing. This is how we rebuild our country. This is how we rebuild America. And if we don't have the ability to make things, to be self-sufficient, we will lose. So it's a huge part of it's a huge part of me, of how I feel I can give back to what this country's given me.
You definitely lead by example. That's for damn sure. You put your fucking mouth where your money is, and that's awesome. It's hard to find these days.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's literally what you just said. We put all of our money back into our businesses. All of it. You know, and now we have 4 factories. Like, we put all of it back in there. And we bet on it, you know. This is where we put our soul into these companies. Because we believe in it. And we're patriotic. We love America. We love the people we work with. And this is what we have to do.
Once again, congratulations.
Yeah. Yeah, and then out of that spawned Jocko Fuel. Because, you know, one of the guys at Origin, Brian, he had worked in the supplement industry, and he was like, hey, you know, we can make supplements. We do jiu-jitsu, and they had like made some supplements before. And how would you feel about making supplements? And I said, if we can make them good and healthy, yes. I've been overseas drinking Red Bull and Reddit and Rip It and whatever freaking tiger's blood they were giving us over there. And that stuff's just not healthy, you know? And so you know, we talk about like veterans, you know, you were mentioning veterans that are, you know, I know you had some friends that had some bad experiences with drug addiction, alcohol addiction. Bro, I have friends that were drinking 5, 6, 7, 8 monsters a day. That's horrible. Mm-hmm. And so we started the Jocko Fuel, and, you know, we just kept things as clean as we possibly could. And, you know, believe it or not, there's a market for it. Believe it or not, Americans want to be healthy. And we probably timed it very well, because as COVID came out and people got more concerned about their health, people were paying attention.
Is that the latest flavor?
That's one of the latest flavors, yeah.
Can I give it can I try it?
Dude, yeah, there you go, man. It's a little iced tea lemonade.
Iced tea lemonade. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's no artificial sweeteners. This is the extent that we go. So when you make a drink like this, you got to put preservatives in it so that it has shelf life.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those preservatives, as you might imagine, may not be too good for you. And I wanted to figure out a different way. And so Brian figured out a way to pasteurize it. In other words, you like basically cook it. So anything that could be in there that would interfere with its shelf life won't be in there anymore. It'll be dead.
No shit.
And so we had to find a line. We had to wait like 9 months to get a company that, you know, bottles these or cans these to put a line in to pasteurize them so that we could make them as healthy as possible. That's like what we're doing across the board. And yeah, that's what we're doing, man.
That's awesome, dude. You know, we're kind of wrapping up the interview here, Jocko, but, you know, originally I'd reached out to you several months ago, and I had saw a tweet that you put out on X about our mutual friend now, Braxton McCoy, about the land grab. And, you know, like I had mentioned, we'd never met, but I've always been watching you from afar. And that tweet, basically, all you said, I think, is pay attention to this guy. So looked him up, paid attention to him, saw the sale of public land, and I was like, fuck it, let's bring him in here. Maybe we can have an impact on this. And, you know, collaboratively, we did. It got pulled.
Yep.
And,
huge deal, man. Yeah, thanks for doing that.
My pleasure.
And thanks to Braxton.
That guy's
Yep.
what I did.
Yep.
But you know, I just, especially ever since COVID, you know, I think, whatever, everybody knows, you know, things aren't going great, and you're just always a voice of reason, a stoic, a voice of reason that makes a lot of sense, and so I just want to ask you, you know, what are some of the top things on your mind of what's going on in our country, and what are we doing wrong? What do we need to get back to?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of amplification of emotions and ego that happens through online platforms, so through social media, right? And when that happens, when you're not interacting with another human being, but you're interacting with a fake human being, or a bot, or someone that you can actually see or talk to, and someone that it's very easy for you to say, oh, this person is bad, or you just ignore what their perspective is, which is what I talked about, how many hours ago we started this thing, is understanding other people's perspectives and knowing that people see the world differently, like, and there's a reason that someone sees it that way. And instead of just saying the way that they see the world is bad and the way I see the world is good, or the way they see the world is wrong and the way I see the world is right, saying like, oh, it's interesting that they see the world that way, I wonder why. And as I've said this whole podcast, if you listen to what other people have to say, they're going to listen to you more. If you say, shut up, you're wrong, they're never going to listen to the words that you have to say. But if you say, hey, what makes you think like that? And they explain it to you. And instead of you trying to figure out where they're wrong, try and figure out where they're right. And in most cases, there'll be something in common. In most cases. Are there some people that are just evil? Yeah. If you're ISIS or you're like a communist, it's probably going to be hard to find some common ground. But if you're in between those, I guess, like I said, you can say ISIS. But most people, if you say, oh, you got family? You want your kids to have a nice place to live? Almost all people will say, yeah. Almost all people will say, yeah, well, I want them to, be healthy. So at least we have that common ground. Now, so if we look for that, as opposed to looking for all the reasons why I should hate you and you should hate me, that's not beneficial. So, and I think social media amplifies a lot of that, and also social media is not real, right? And so people will say, our country's so divided. Yeah, on Twitter it is, but I talk to people, I travel all over the country. I have a leadership consulting business. I work with companies of every description. Energy companies with people out on oil rigs, construction companies with people pouring concrete, finance companies in New York where they're doing deals for billions of dollars, and everyone in between. And the vast majority of people that I meet are like, what are they focused on? Oh yeah, they want to take care of their family. They want to do a little bit better at work. They want to make some more money. They want to be healthy. That's what people are doing. And it's very strange that we forget about that. And as I travel around the country and I meet all these different people, I see people that they have common goals. They have common goals. And if they have the same common goal as me, how we get there, we'll try and figure out the best solution. And I don't see a lot of that. If you say something that I disagree with, I hate you. And that doesn't bode well. But like I said, I think for the most part, that's online. Now look, you can go show me, we can go look at riots in the streets of people that are, actively trying to hurt other people. Like, okay, yep, you're right. There are people that are out there on the fringes for sure. But that's a small group. There's 350 million people in America. You want to show me a riot that has 3,000 people in it? Yeah, that's bad. But it's not America. Mm-hmm. And so I would say, open your eyes, open your ears, listen more, try and understand other people's perspectives. Try and figure out where you can agree with them, which can be difficult, but usually you can. And if you can listen to what they have to say and ask earnest questions about what they believe, a lot of times you can figure out, oh yeah, there's some common ground. I understand them a little bit better now, and maybe I can maybe I can move a little bit. And maybe I can help them see something that I see because they actually want to hear my perspective now. Barking at people and trying to shove your perspective down their throat might feel good at the time, but it doesn't change anything. So,
It's great perspective. Do you think this is happening because of the absence of the human connection? Because of social media?
social media certainly amplifies it, but also it's the way the algorithm is constructed. The algorithm is constructed when I see something that makes me emotional, I share it. So your goal is to post something that makes me feel emotional. What's the easiest emotion to trigger in me?
Anger.
It's definitely anger, because it's hard to pull at my heartstrings. You don't really know me. You don't know what, like, maybe if I had a dog that I lost, but you don't know that. Or maybe I had, whatever, something happened to me in my past, and thank you for sending me that. It's good. Makes me, connect with these emotions. That's hard to do. But how hard is it to make me mad? It's not hard at all. I'm a military guy. You can figure out 20 things out of the gate, right? Figure 20 things out of the gate that can make me mad if I'm a normal person. If I'm a normal, military person. Or if you're what is it? You can tell me 15 things right now that will make a conservative mad, and you can tell me 15 things that will make a liberal mad. And so if you want to get reactions, make people mad. And so that's what the algorithm is set up for. And when you make me mad, I share it. If I have a strong opinion about it, I share it. And so that's what the algorithm does. It just amplifies strong emotions. And strong emotions aren't a good way to make decisions. And the strong emotions become polarizing. And so when people are polarized, they're not listening anymore, and everything I just talked about goes out the window.
Dasher, there's a vixen in there somewhere. I know there is. Alexa?
There's been a lot of talk about, I see it all over your comments section. There's fucking hashtags about it. Jocko for president. Do you see yourself ever getting involved?
I certainly hope not. I don't really have any desire to do that. And I guess it just depends. Because every time you think that things will settle down, the pendulum will go swinging back in the other direction and back in the other direction. So I certainly hope not, man. I don't like politics. I don't think I would like to do that.
I don't think you would like to do that
at
either. But I think that's the problem. There's everybody that's in there, there's nothing else they'd rather be doing than sitting on their fucking ass in the floor of Congress or the Senate. Or higher.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get some of these term limits and things like that, because career politicians are definitely problematic. But who knows? That means they have to vote themselves out of a job. What are the chances of that?
Probably slim to none. Slim to none. But, you get Warrior Kids series movie coming out. The upcoming generation is Generation Z. They get a lot of shit. What are your thoughts on Gen Z? What do they need to be looking out for? What's your advice to them?
Yeah, I think when I look at it, I forget it's actually I think Gen Alpha is now. I want to say those are teenagers right now.
Okay.
So it's like Gen Alpha, and then Gen Z is sort of above them, maybe 20s. You think that's right?
I think Gen Z is they're entering the workforce and are already in the workforce.
Yeah, man. This is America, and can you do anything you want? Nope. No, you can't do anything you want, but you have a lot of opportunity in this country. I was talking to a kid the other day, and I was just like, man, he's in the fire department, and there's a salary cap in the fire department, right? And I said, hey, man, Like, save your money. Figure out something else you can do. You in the fire department, you got time to do other things. What do you do in your spare time? Right there. I already know you're not doing much. So what can you do? And I kind of said, you know, like we're at my gym, and I said, look, you see all this? I go, all this was just like an idea at some point. Just a little tiny idea with no true value whatsoever. Nothing. And here you are in a gym. And that's the same for everything that I have in my life. Everything was just like nothing. But if you apply it and you execute it, now all of a sudden they start to grow value. And so, you know, it's always surprising to me that the opportunity that we have in this country. So are you going to get it given to you? No. Is it going to take hard work? Yes. Will you have setbacks? Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Like, this is what, here's a Gen Alpha term, lore. You heard this word? Lore.
No.
So like creating lore. So if you look at when you have problems, those problems are how you create lore about what you did with your life. The kind of thing you can tell your grandkids. The kind of things you can tell your kids. Hey, this is what happened. Oh yeah, I remember when I had my wife and my 4 kids in a 934 square foot house. That's lore, man. My kids are kind of fired up for that. Like, there was 2 girls sharing a bedroom. I took the converted garage and split it in half. One for my son and one for my youngest daughter. That's what we're doing. That's cool. At the time, would I have rather had, you know, some mansion? Sure. But that wouldn't have got me no lore. So when you go through challenges, you face things in life, look at it as an opportunity to make some lore for your existence. It's going to be a struggle. But with America, if you work hard, you will be rewarded. And you're going to, look, it's not like a guarantee. But if you work hard, you have to make sure you're playing the right game too. So I had this conversation with a guy, actually 2 guys consecutively a few years ago. And they were both hard workers in 2 totally separate industries. 2 hard workers working very hard and not able to get to where they wanted to go. And they're putting in, you know, 50-hour weeks, 60-hour weeks, 70-hour weeks, like really getting after it. And I said, hey, listen, if that's what's happening, you got to check what game you're playing. Because if you put a lot of effort, the example I used was soccer and basketball. If you put a lot of effort into basketball, how many points can you score in a game? 30, 40, 50? You get 50 points in one game as an individual player. If you're playing soccer, how many points can you get in a game? Maybe 1 or 2. So if you realize that you're not getting the points that you want to get, you might have to say, I need to get into a different game. So you have to be smart. Hard work isn't rewarded solo. You have to also, you know, detach, look around and say like, okay, is this game that I'm playing the right game to get where I want to go? So you have to keep that in mind too. But this is America. If you play the game and you play the right game and you play it hard, you're going to end up in a good spot, which is all we could ever ask for.
Another great point. Another great point. Last question. You had 3 guests to recommend for the show. Who would they be?
I would say, first I'll give you the easy shot, JP Donnell. Next I'll go Debbie Lee. And then I'll go Johnny Clark.
Johnny Clark.
Who was a Marine in Vietnam. And he was a grunt. And, you know, our special operations guys get a lot of credit. Well deserved. But oftentimes, and I tried to give as much credit as I could today to our conventional Army and Marine Corps brothers and sisters that fought. But they don't often get the credit that they deserve. And Johnny Clark wrote a book called Guns Up when he got back from Vietnam. And he got wounded 3 times. The 3rd time he got wounded, when he finally got pulled out, he had lost like 40 pounds, 35 or 40 pounds, patrolling in the jungle.
Damn.
For 14 days, 17 days, 20 days at a time. And he's an incredible guy. It's a legendary book in the Marine Corps. You know, I got to shout out Guns Up. I did that event for the Marine Corps birthday up in Camp Pendleton. And I was able to get a Guns Up. Semper Fi, happy birthday. Semper Fi, Guns Up. But Johnny Clark, just an amazing guy, and has had a really incredible voyage in his life that I think would, I think everyone would be blessed to be able to hear his story. And I think that it would give a lot of people credit. You know, I had the honor of bringing a lot of the SOG guys into the forefront for the things that they did in Vietnam. And most certainly, you know, the most epic guys. But I always want to remember these grunts, the infantrymen.
Thank you for saying that. And by the way, you did a fantastic job of giving those guys credit. I talk about the exact same thing on here a lot, about those guys never get the credit they deserve. You talk a lot about special operations, nonprofits, and it's like, yeah, great, we got another one. We don't fucking need any more. These guys need them, you know, and so it's pretty fucking cool you're doing that, and that actually is a segment that I've planned on covering, but it slipped my mind, is the SOG guys. I mean, I started interviewing this year a couple of Vietnam guys, and got inspired from what you and John Strykermeyer are doing over there, and you know, and for me, I mean, those guys, that is the generation that motivated me, that made me want to serve the country, go to war, and ultimately, you know, become a SEAL. And man, those guys are fucking something, aren't they?
Yeah, as I've told John Strykermeyer, and I've told the rest of them, like, as a task unit commander, I wouldn't have approved any of those missions. I was like, yo, you're going out where? Wait, across enemy lines, you got 3 Americans and 4 Vietnamese, and you're going out there into wherever with no ground support? You sure about that? But those guys were in a different breed.
Yeah, they
and
are.
God bless them all, man. They were just epic. And like I said, the infantry grunts in Vietnam, they were what they suffered through. And you know, it's a small percentage of them, right? Just like any of these wars, there's a small percentage of people that fight them. There's a lot of people in the military. There's a small percentage of people that fight those wars. And the grunts in Vietnam, you know, even Hackworth, who was he was at the end of World War II. He didn't really fight in World War II, but he was there for the end of it. Korea, like full on in Korea and Vietnam. And he said that the Vietnam soldiers had the worst conditions, which is coming from a guy that was speaking from a place where he could make a statement like that. So the grunts from Vietnam, Johnny Clark, Guns Up. Yeah, if you could, I'm sure he'd be honored to come on here and share his story of his life, which is, like I said, it's an epic story.
Right on. We'll reach out. Well, Jocko, thank you again for being here, man. And like I said, man, thank you for taking that trip with me today. I know that was really fucking tough. But you know, at the beginning of this, we prayed that this would reach the right people, and that this interview would touch a lot of people, and it's going to, man. And you're just a hell of a guy.
Well,
super thankful that we connected.
It's an honor to be able to share these guys' stories. You know, again, not just my guys, but the whole team that was there. And, you know, again, I talked about me talking about these little fractions of guys, small group in Ramadi, that was my guys, and there was all kinds of those guys. But man, you talk about, there was guys all over Iraq, there was guys all over Afghanistan that were in terrible situations, suffered through so much, and they sacrificed for what we have and what we have the opportunity, and that opportunity is based on the sacrifices that these men and women have made. And you know, you asked me right before a break, or right as we took a break, you were like, "You okay?" And I said, "Yeah." And I did a podcast with a guy named Tom Fife. And Tom Fife was in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And he got a Purple Heart in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And I was talking to him, and we talked about World War II, and he got commissioned for Korea. And by the time he was in Vietnam, he was a battalion commander. And we were talking through the different types of missions, and all good. And I just was curious about, you know, what the operations were like, and I ended up saying, you know, well, how many casualties did you take as a battalion commander? And he got choked up. And I was sitting there watching him get choked up, and I was like, oh, this is 50 years ago, and he's getting choked up thinking about his guys. And that was a moment for me that I realized that's okay. And I think we've been told that there's something wrong with us, but there's not. Like, you get sad when you think about your friends, it's okay. You get a tear in your eye when you hear the national anthem, it's all right, man. And you sometimes spend a little too much time thinking about something that you went through, it's okay. And I think it's important for us, our generation of veterans, to recognize you went through some tough stuff. Think about it sometimes. It's hard. And that's okay, man. That's okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
God bless you, man.
Back at you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Appreciate it.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.
Okay, guys, we have one more. Whoa.
Give the gift of adventure at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. With Club Member Mondays, club members save even more. Receive extra savings online and throughout the store. Your adventure starts here.
It's a really good slice of pizza.
Is it good? Amazing.
They have great pretzels. I love their pretzels. They got
Yeah,
bomb taquitos.
that too.
She likes your taquitos. I'm not gonna lie, I love the mac and cheese. Like my favorite.
$3
thing.
meal
New
deal.
York, so this is like a big bodega.
Something to get you
Y'all hot
by.
dog is the best.
It's just something about it. Chicken tacos are like amazing.
These barbecue brisket sandwiches are delicious. That whole spread is a good lunch.
Guess I'll just have Oh my god. Hold on. Nah. Well.